And then we're ready to go now. Thanks, James. So thanks very much, Claire and James, for sorting that out. You see, overworked and underpaid democratic services officers. I can see you were working very hard there, so well done. We're hoping to get this whole thing fixed much better going forward, but obviously not today, so fingers crossed as we go on. Right, so in that case we'll go on with the next item, which is item 6, Hills Road. Nick Westlake is the presenting officer, and we've got speakers on this item, Gail, David, and speaking objection, and Catherine Slater is the agent, so I think they're all here today. So if you want to present the item then please, Nick.
Good morning all. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you and we can see the screen. Thanks, Nick.
Okay. Sorry, just bear with me. I've got annotations on the screen here.
You mean those things at the top, Nick? I don't think it really matters. I think we can just go on with it.
Right, it's not text. Okay, it's not allowing me to move slides.
Persevere then.
Do you mind if you give me a moment to fix this?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Nick, if necessary, I can load the presentation up on my computer and share it if you can't fix the issue.
Okay. Okay, that should have resolved itself now. I apologise to everybody. Is that okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yep, apology. Thank you very much for resolving the issue. So you go ahead then, Nick, present the item.
Okay. This application is for the erection of 2 dwellings with landscaping, parking and ancillary works to replace the existing dwelling and garage on site. The application is at 237 Hills Road, Cambridge, and the reason for the application being decided at the planning committee is because it's for between 1 and 9 dwellings, and there are third-party representations contrary to officer's recommendation, and the officer's recommendation is to refuse, but that does not include an agreement with the third-party objections. In terms of the update sheet, there are 2 updates that have been published. The first update relates to an enhanced detailing of the neighbour objections. I'll run through them briefly. In essence, the concerns relate largely to plot 1 being too close to neighbouring dwellings, appearing oppressive, overbearing and overshadowing the neighbouring dwellings and their garden space. There's a concern raised that the daylight and sunlight report fails to consider the rear garden areas of the dwellings to the northeast. Furthermore, plot 1 is 2.5 stories high, deemed excessive in scale and mass The current building is only 2 stories high. Plot 1 has a negative impact on the residential amenity in terms of overlooking on the eastern elevation in particular. There are drafting errors on the plans, and also the neighbouring dwelling to the east, northeast was only allowed a single story dwelling when they applied for a new dwelling to the rear of their garden space in 2016. In terms of updates from the applicant, we have received an updated comment from the daylight and sunlight assessor. That is also published online, and the results confirm that when considering the surrounding trees, all the internal habitable rooms surpass the minimum BRE building research establishment requirements for daylight on winter targets only. So the update confirms what the original report states, and that is that the summer targets are not met for the internal habitable room targets for internal light. So that hasn't changed, but the update does mention all of the garden spaces in plot 1 and 2 receive appropriate light, over 77% in terms of plot 2 for 2 hours or more on the 21st of March, and the target from the BRE requirement is 50%. So 77% is well over the recommended requirement. However, as we look at the slide in relation to that, the darker green area indicates the areas that are under 50% on the 21st of March. So possibly, arguably, the most usable areas of that particular garden space aren't receiving the level of light that they ideally would on the 21st of March. I'll come on to that later. It has implications on reason for refusal 1, which officers recommend should be retained in full, as documented in the report. We talked about the third-party comments, and the site itself is within development framework boundary. It's within flood zone 1, and there are 5 TPO trees on site. 4 of these trees have been removed due to ill health in the recent years. 1 remains, and that's a walnut tree circled in yellow on your map there. And the 3rd tree, a large beech tree, is actually on the neighbouring site. So this slide shows an estimate of the location of these trees, but it's not accurate in relation to plot 3. So there is essentially 1 remaining TPO tree on site. Aerial views of the site. The image on the left-hand side effectively has north to the north, looking to the top of the image, and south to the bottom of the image. So Hills Avenue is on the southern elevation. Hills Road is on the western elevation. I've indicated the location of the site in red. As members will gather, there are a lot of trees on site. The large beech tree referred to as being within the neighbouring garden is the dark reddish coloured tree in this location. And the image on the right hand side is taken from Hills Road. This is the existing access into the site. The narrow red line indicates where that access is, and the host dwelling is set behind this building here, which is known as Homerton House, which is a 3-story block of flats. So images to the front of the site on the left hand side, these are taken from Hills Road. So the actual entrance is the gated padlock door there, shown on the left hand side, and on the from Hills Avenue to the south.
Nick, sorry to interrupt. You can't use your laser pointer, can you? I don't know if it's possible on all the presentations. just so councillors can see what you're pointing at better than, the red dot.
Right. Okay.
If not, don't worry, just carry on.
Okay. Well, I'll go slightly slower. So,
If you wiggle it around a bit, then I'll probably see where you're
okay.
pointing at.
The Hills Avenue access or proposed access would be is shown on the right-hand side, and as one can see, there's a large tree outside the curtilage of the host site. Again, the site is fenced off, is currently disused. However, one can gather there is still a large number of trees in situ on site, only one of which is TPO'd, and that is the walnut tree set further back into the site itself. As the site is not a conservation area, the applicant could, if they so choose, remove the non-TPO trees on site. In terms of relevant history, the most relevant history, in officer's opinion, is the recent application for what were 3 dwellings on the application site. This was refused in December 2021, and there were 7 reasons for refusal. This is obviously detailed in the committee report, but I shall run through the reasons briefly now. Reason 1, there was insufficient space available from Hills Road to serve plots 1 and 2 along the existing access. So officers deemed the narrowness of the entrance unsuitable for 2 dwellings. This has largely been resolved due to the fact that there is a single dwelling being proposed in that location now. Well, it has been resolved in officer's opinion. Reason 2, plot 1 and plot 2 result in a cramped development in the backland location, out of keeping with the character of the area. So this reason is quite important due to the fact that it doesn't relate to residential amenity implications to dwellings to the north or the northeast. It only relates to the cramped nature of having 2 dwellings in close proximity to each other, out of character with the immediate area. Reason 3, plot 2, which is, if members can see, I'm wiggling the mouse, the middle of the 3 dwellings shown on the right hand side. Plot 2, by reason of its proximity to the common boundary with Homerton Court and 239 Hills Road, would lead to a detrimental loss of privacy to the adjacent properties. Again, this reason's been overcome in officer's opinion because the footprint of the building has moved further north, as I shall explain later. Reason 4, plot 3, which is the proposed dwelling to the very south of the site, adjacent to Hills Avenue, would lead to an unacceptable loss of light to the east-facing ground floor windows and outdoor amenity space of the immediately neighbouring Tranala House, which is immediately to the west. That I will come on to later. There is a concern relating to that dwelling. Reason 5, the application failed to demonstrate the development could take place without detrimental harm to the TPO trees on site. Reason 6, related to ecology. This has been overcome in this application with the submission of a BAT survey. And reason 7, the internal floor spaces of plot 1 and 2, which are the 2 dwellings to the north, were substandard. That's been overcome in this application. So by and large, we still have a large concern in relation to reason 5, the TPO trees on site. For some reference, the 2021 refusal was the 2 dwellings in the northernmost section of the plot, i.e. this area in the bottom right hand side. The ridge was 8.8 metres, the eaves 5.1. It's 2 stories, no rooms in the roof space, but the ridge is a salient point, being 8.8, which is similar, if not identical, to the current application. So the existing site plan One can see the single dwelling in the centre there. I put some figures on this map indicating the distances from the common boundaries to the red lines. As one can gather, it's a spacious plot, and it is a reasonable distance away from certainly the dwellings to the north. In terms of to the west, there is a significant amount of mature vegetation on the boundary that I will demonstrate later. The existing dwelling, 7.7 metres to the ridge, eaves just under 5 metres. It is a 4-bedroom dwelling, internal floor space of 155 square metres. No particular architectural merit to the dwelling, buff brick. The images on the left-hand side show the front of the dwelling, and on the top right, this is the rear. As one can gather, there are a lot of trees in the back of the property, none of which are TPO'd other than the walnut tree. So the proposed site plan of this application, we are now looking at 2 dwellings rather than 3. The dwelling to the north is a larger property. The footprint and details will be given in the next slides. That is set approximately 4.5 metres off the boundary to the north, and also 9 metres between 9.5 and up to 12.5 metres off the boundary to the east. Also included in the design is a single-storey double garage located in this location on the left-hand side, adjacent to the northern boundary. To the south, a new access is proposed onto Hills Avenue. The circular imagery indicates where the existing and some of the proposed trees will be. The plot to the south is known as Plot 2, and it has been reduced in size. The applicant has admirably attempted to overcome the concerns in relation to the neighbouring trees and constraints on site. However, in officer's opinion, has unfortunately not overcome the concerns with the impact on the trees. Plot 1, this is the elevations at the northern part of, or the top of the screen. It is a 2-storey building. Again, the ridge is 8.8 metres, eaves just under 5 metres. This time the applicant has included dormers on the rear elevation. It's noteworthy that this particular dwelling, the orientation changes where the front elevation effectively faces west, and the rear elevation faces east. The existing dwelling on site has a front elevation facing north and a rear elevation facing south. So we've had a 90-degree change, and that is documented within the report and plans. Other elements of noteworthiness are the fact that it is a 6-bedroom house. Obscure glazed windows are proposed in the 2-storey offshoot, which is a bathroom. So the section closest to the eastern elevation here, hopefully members can see, is a bathroom at 2nd floor level with obscure glazed windows. Plot 2 to the south is a smaller dwelling. This is a 5-bedroom dwelling. Both are made are deemed to be of buff brick. Front elevation, 2 roof lights there, and to the rear a large box dormer that is objected to by officers. Officers deem this to be, although not in a conservation area, it would be overlooked by neighbouring properties, especially those in Homerton Court, which is a 3-storey block of flats, and it isn't deemed to be a feature of the area. Large box dormers of this nature, it wouldn't be permitted development. Oh, if the dwelling was in situ, that would be permitted development if those rights hadn't been taken away. However, as I say, it's not a feature of the area, so officers don't support that. In this slide, we see the landscaping proposed. Now, the right-hand image doesn't include the updated footprint that they have achieved on plot 2. Therefore, I've put the central image. This shows what the actual footprint is, but nevertheless, one can see the attempt that the applicants made to overcome the loss of TPO trees on site and how the proposed dwelling will relate to the existing trees on site. So the image with the relatively transparent green circle indicates the existing trees on site, and the fully shaded darker green indicates a new tree. So the reasons for refusal are documented in the report. These are summarised here. The application, in officer's opinion, has failed to demonstrate that the dwellings can be achieved while ensuring there will be no detrimental harm to the protected trees on site. The proximity to the existing walnut tree and the beech tree to the rear of plot 2 is considered to result in an unacceptable overshadowing, enclosure and loss of light to the usable parts of the rear garden space and associated internal living and dining room spaces and their primary outlooks. In officer's opinion, that remains the case, notwithstanding the information recently received, on the grounds that even that letter states quite clearly the results confirm that when considering the surrounding trees, all the proposed habitable rooms will surpass their minimum BRE daylight winter targets, but no mention of summer targets because they fall short. So therefore, reason for refusal 1, in officer's opinion, should be retained in full. Reason for refusal 2 relates to the first floor study window on Triana House to the west of plot 2. I have a slide later which I'll show you, and plot 3 relates to the rear box dormer that's been touched upon earlier. So we've seen this slide already. It's just to remind officers where the members where the TPO trees are on site, and essentially the walnut tree and the beech tree being the two main problems for this application. So reason for refusal 1, we see here the large canopy of the beech, and in the central slide the canopy of the walnut tree. Bearing in mind the movement of the sun east to west, there is considered to be a significant overshadowing loss of light effect that will lead to pressure for further felling or heavy loping of this particular walnut tree. So the pressures for future residents to expand or to use their patio space in a more usable way could or would likely compromise the longevity of that TPO tree. Just to remind members, the left-hand side image gives an indication of the level of tree canopy. This is obviously, well, clearly shown in the summer months where these deciduous trees are in full leaf. Reason for refusal 2 related to the two casement window on the eastern flank of Tremalala House, shown here, and this would be overlooking the usable patio area of plot 2. Officers don't consider that to be good design. It's below the standards that one would expect for residential amenity levels. It's unfortunate, but that particular window, that is the sole light source of a study. There is no window to the rear, and that is because it would overlook Homerton House, the block of flats. Reason for refusal 3 relates to the dormer, which we've spoken about. It's not a feature of the dwellings in the immediate area, and is considered excessive in size. So with regards to the neighbour comments, this hasn't manifested itself in a reason for refusal. However, they are well articulated, and officers have taken due concern to them. So the image to the north here, the top of the screen, is image 1, relating to this figure here, image 1, looking north. The garden space proposed would be between 9 metres and 12 metres wide. There is a 22 metre distance from the boundary edge to the rear elevation of plot 4A here. It is undeniable that there would be an increase in scale, mass, which would give rise to an element of overlooking to the east. From a current situation where there are no windows, the rearmost part of the garden space of dwelling 4, Cavendish Avenue, would have an element of overlooking. Officers don't deny that. There would be 4 bedrooms and 1 ensuite at the first and second story. But given the distances, officers are minded to agree with the previous application that didn't give rise to an objection on residential amenity grounds. Although that was 2 dwellings and this is 1, the similarities would be there. At first floor level, there were effectively 4 bedroom windows overlooking on the previous, as there are in this. So plot 1, just a quick reminder of what that looks like, and the rear elevation that would be to some degree overlooking the neighbouring properties to the east. They would be essentially looking at this elevation. If I wiggle the mouse here, 2 rear dormers, a first floor gable that would be obscure glassed. In officer's opinion, that is deemed acceptable due to the distance away from that particular property, and also with regards to overshadowing that was raised. There is the 9 metre distance going up to 12 metres to that shared boundary to the east. As a result, officers are content that the overshadowing would be minimal. With regards to views from the plot 1 relationship looking west, this image in the middle at the bottom of the screen is taken from the entrance to Homerton House, and members can see there is a significant amount of mature vegetation in situ, which would alleviate any overlooking concerns. So there's no reason for refusal given there. This is a slide simply to remind members of the reasons given last time for the 3 dwellings that didn't include a residential amenity impact to the dwellings to the north or to the east, as is the case in the current application. So the planning balance in this instance, in terms of the material factors in favour, the application would provide housing in a sustainable location, and it would open up what would effectively be a blank canvas on the southern elevation on Hills Avenue, which is currently boarded off, but it would ordinarily be close board fencing, which isn't particularly attractive a feature in the street scene. In terms of material considerations against, the 3 reasons for refusal are outlined. The impact on the TPO trees and the character of the area by the loss of those trees in the future or potential loss. The poor external residential amenity achieved for plot 2 that is overlooked and also overshadowed, in officer's opinion, by those trees in situ. The substandard roof dormer design proposed for plot 2. And I put the 4th bullet point in. This relates to the neighbour objections that have been raised. It's a material consideration, but it hasn't manifested itself into a reason for refusal. but that's something that no doubt would be raised in debate. Okay, thank you. That's the end of the presentation.
Thanks very much, Nick. So now we have the speakers. So first the objectors. So Gail Bradford and David Hartley, you've got 3 minutes to speak between you. So you can either come and sit at the table together or just stop and the next one can come. We'll stop the clock for that. So you're Gail, are you? Hello. Hello. Good morning. So yeah, so if you've got to sit at that table there and you press the right, you've done it already. Yep, so it's on. And you've got part of 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. My name is Gail Bradford. I'm the daughter of Mrs. Bradford, who's the resident at 4 Cavendish Avenue, which is the family home. We're objecting to the development of the property at Plot 1 in particular because the impact of the dwelling on the residential amenity of 4 Cavendish Avenue. It is our view that there will be a loss of residential amenity to the private garden and rooms to the rear of 4 Cavendish Avenue. I've got six reasons for this objection. First of all, the size of the dwelling in Plot 1 is far larger, as has been accepted, in scale and mass and height than the 2-storey dwelling it replaces. It's ostensibly almost a 3-storey dwelling, 2.5. Second, the position. The rear east elevation is only, as far as I can see from the plans I've taken from the website, is only 8.75 metres from the boundary of 4 Cavendish Avenue. So it could be that there are differences, 12 metres 1 point, but at the lowest point it's 8.7 metres from the western boundary of 4 Cavendish Avenue. Third point is overlooking. Plot 237 has 3 small ground floor windows. 3 small ground floor windows to the eastern side. This Plot 1 has four windows on the first floor and 2 dormers in the roof space. Now, I understand that one of those windows will be obscured, but there's still a considerable, with the vicinity of the building to 4 Cavendish Avenue, there will be considerable overlooking of the private garden space and the rooms at the back of the property at 4 Cavendish Avenue. Fourthly, the policy guidance 52C basically says is not followed in our opinion. 52C says, excuse me. 52C says, I'm just finding it. I really am sorry. That really seeks to protect garden land and subdivision of existing dwelling plots and only allows development where the amenity and privacy of neighbouring existing and new properties is protected. We consider the proposals for 237 have failed to achieve this. 5, we're disappointed that no visit has been made by a planning officer from the council to actually see the impact of the proposed development at Plot 1 on the residential amenity of 4 Cavendish Avenue. 6, we accept planning permission was granted in 2016 for a development at the bottom of the garden at 4 Cavendish Avenue. At that point, only 1 story was allowed. So the building would have had to have been buried with 1 story. 7, we've had an opinion from Cheffins residential estate agents, Richard Freshwater, the director, who by email dated the 25th of...
That's the end of your 3 minutes, I'm afraid.
Sorry.
You've had it, but that's 3 minutes for everyone. So I made a mistake of not checking with the 2 of you at the start of it, whether you'd worked out between you the number of minutes you were going to use, but I presume you hadn't done that.
No.
No, okay. So have you nearly finished speaking yourself?
I've finished.
You finished?
Yes.
How many minutes do you think you'll need to speak, sir? Or David Hartley? Can you do it in a minute or something like that? And then we'll add on some time for the agent as well, so it's at the same time.
Sorry, you can't. Can you speak in a minute?
Need to stop.
Come and speak for a minute or so then, and then we'll add on the same time for the agent at the end, so it's fair for everyone.
Representing the Board of Homerton Court Limited, and wish to bring to your attention a safety issue concerning a group of Leylandii trees bordering the boundary between numbers 237 and 239. Leylandii trees in question are on the boundary between the small access lane leading from Hills Road site on number 237. It's also opposite the north walls of Homerton Court. If any of these trees were to fall down during a severe gale, there's a considerable danger that they would fall in the direction of one or more of Homerton Court flats. As I understand tree legislation, Section 66 says Leylandii trees must not be more than 2 metres. Our objection is not about screening, it's about the danger to buildings. Overheight Leylandii are in danger of falling over in strong winds. The trees in question are over the permitted limit by a long chalk, and unless they are regularly pruned, there will be, and there is a danger, in extreme weather, of one or more falling over.
Up now then, that's just a minute then.
Then there's one point. Leylandii trees grow at the rate of 75 to 90 centimetres a year, which is likely to cost an owner of those trees a large amount of money to maintain over the many years. It is sensible to require an owner to have them removed as a condition of planning consent. Given concerns about
I
climate
don't have
change...
to stop you there because you've had over your time.
Finish the sentence. Given concerns about climate change, the danger is likely to grow. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So I think that, what was the total time there? Then? So 4 minutes 20 you've got for the agent, Catherine. Hello. So I apologise for giving you a different time without due notice, and I was just trying to accommodate the speakers beforehand, but you have your time. So when you're ready, press the right-hand button and then it will light up and then you're ready to go.
Thank you, Chair. This is a sustainable and underused site, and your officers have confirmed the proposal for 2 dwellings is acceptable in principle. There are a number of trees on the site, as you've heard, 6 of which are protected by a tree preservation order. 4 of those TPO trees have received approval to be removed due to disease. The other non-TPO trees can lawfully be removed as confirmed by your officers. The proposals have been designed not only to take account of the remaining TPO trees within the site and next door, but also to replace those TPO trees that have or will be removed. The submitted landscape proposals clearly makes provision for 4 replacement TPO trees. Within Plot 2, one of those replacement trees will be on the Hills Avenue frontage, and the other will be centrally located within the site. We agree with officers that the removal of the existing high fence along Hills Avenue and the opening up of this frontage would be more in keeping with the established street scene, and the replanting of 1 replacement TPO tree further into the site is in accordance with that objective. With regards to the overshadowing impacts for Plot 2 arising from the retained TPO trees, a day and sunlighting assessment has been submitted, as you've heard. Internally, the rooms meet or surpass the winter recommendations for daylight, and the guidance is clear that year-round daylight is likely to be adequate. In terms of the garden and any overshadowing, 89% of the amenity space will receive at least 2 hours of sunlight on the 21st of March, which exceeds the BRE recommendation of 50%. Several references are made in the officer report to the fact that the overshadowing effect of deciduous trees has been discounted in this assessment. However, it admits to say why. For the gardens and open spaces tests, the BRE guidance states that trees are not normally included in the calculation unless a group of evergreens is planned as a windbreak or for privacy purposes. Even if the existing trees are treated as opaque objects, 77% of the amenity area would achieve the required 2 hours of sunlight in March. The assessment is fully compliant with current guidance, and the assertion that these trees will result in unacceptable overshadowing is not supported by the evidence. In terms of any future pressure for the TPO trees, the Council has full control of any works, as they would require your consent. Given the position of plot 2, the adjacent first floor side window would have an oblique view of the garden. This is not an uncommon arrangement in a city location and is considered to be acceptable. There would be no adverse impacts from this development on the amenity of other neighbours. With regards to the dormer window, it is proportionate to the size of the dwelling. There will be no public views of it in its entirety, and it is an acceptable design feature given its context. On this basis, I therefore ask members to support this application today. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Okay. So just before we go into debate, I want to check a few things with you, Nick. So firstly, or just to say firstly, a lot of people have said TPO. So TPO is a tree preservation order, just so everyone understands that. On plot 1, Nick, you said that it was 367 square metres, the house, but in fact in the report it says 327 square metres. So just if you could confirm which it is. And then I just want to go through some of the points that the objectors raised to make sure they're not lost in debate. So, so I'll go through size too large, so that we'll probably pick that up, and that's in the report anyway. The 8.75 metres, Nick, if you want to just go over that in terms of what that measurement is compared with your measurements. Overlooking the 3 small windows that Gail referred to onto 3237. Policy 52C not followed. No visit from a planning officer at plot 1, and the only one-story thing as well. And just finally, David's point about the Leylandii trees not being safe. And just to say, we also have Joanna Davis here, tree officer, who you can call upon, Nick, if you wish to have her contribute too. So if you could just respond to those points, Nick, before I ask members to ask questions as well.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. In relation to plot 1, the overall floor size is 367 square metres. So I think that answered that question. But do forgive me if I mentioned an alternative figure, but it is 367 square metres. In terms of the distance to the boundary, on the location plan, the actual distance is articulated on the plan itself, and that says the closest distance will be 8.97 metres. I believe the report rounded up to 9 metres. I mean, that's circa 3 centimetres. So the closest distance is documented as being 8.97 metres, and that increases to 12.3 metres. With regards to overlooking, just bear with me. This was reason for refusal too, and yeah, the views would be oblique to a degree, but obviously that is the sole light source for that particular habitable room, and the fact is that it's a double casement window, so in officer's opinion, that is going to be a substandard living arrangement. You wouldn't normally have first floor side facing windows. Certainly permitted development would only allow for obscure glazed windows at first floor side elevations, anything above ground floor basically, and therefore one would not expect that, as it's a low standard of design, but obviously members can take a different view if they so wish. In terms of policy 52C, the wording of policy 52C talks about the protection of garden land and the subdivision of existing plots. And the section in particular referred to by the objector was section C, and this says the amenity and privacy of neighbouring, existing and new properties is protected. So one has to make a judgment. Does the amenity and privacy of neighbouring dwellings, is it protected to a significant enough degree? So one has to make that assessment, and in this instance, officers have made the conclusion that it is indeed protected, and this is largely due to two main issues. One being the sizable rear garden of 4 Cavendish Avenue, and also the fact that it would be the less usable parts of that rear garden space. I have looked into the 2016 single-storey rear dwelling that was approved. That is now that is no longer a live application because the development was not started. It was a single-storey dwelling, and this proposal wouldn't necessarily compromise the ability for that particular plot to do something similar in the future. There was a window that faced west, which would have been overlooked, but the design could be amended to alleviate the overlooking concerns. Essentially, the bulk of the dwelling was having windows facing north and west. So I have sympathy with the neighbour for sure. I understand that. I was obviously guided by the previous application where there were 2 dwellings, and on balance, I felt that the impact would be acceptable. With regards to a site visit, well, I have been on site. As these photos indicate, they've been taken by myself. It's not particularly the normal or done thing to go into particular neighbouring plots unless there are unique circumstances that would warrant such a visit. I don't recall seeing a letter or requesting my presence at any particular neighbouring site. I would possibly have been willing to do that, but in this instance, in my experience, I was able to gain an accurate enough impression from being on site, being on the ground, and seeing exactly what the impact would be. Hopefully that's been relayed to members today. In terms of the tall trees, the tall Leylandii, I think Joanne could help me on that particular issue. Joanne Davis, the tree officer. Certainly, if the host application was approved, we would then have a landscaping condition that would give additional controls over the existing trees, and one could stipulate the actual height. But in terms of if the application is refused, I will be guided by Joanne's expertise of what we do with the oversized Leylandii that have been raised as a concern. I believe they were all of the questions, but I'm more than happy
Excellent,
to...
Nick. Thank you. Thanks very much. So on that point about the Leylandii and trees generally, I think the thing to do here is just to sort of split that, members. So I reckon any questions on trees, including the Leylandii, if you put those now, and Nick can either answer them himself or defer them to Joanna, who's here as well, and we'll get the trees issue bottomed out first, and then we'll move on to other questions about the properties proposed. So my questions on the trees are further to the Leylandii question that's still there, is what happened to the 4 trees that had tree preservation orders on them and now apparently have gone? Do you know anything about that, Joanna? And I'm presuming that it feels sensitive to say it, but I'll say it anyway, speak the truth. It feels very much like this is all hanging on one walnut tree, and if that got poorly as well and died, then it'd be difficult to refuse this item. So one hopes that the walnut tree is in good health and continues to be in good health. Any other questions from members about trees? Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, I thought Leylandii trees, particularly this size, were notifiable. So I think there's other legislation which could deal with the trees. And I think walnut trees are amazing trees, and if they are in good health, I wouldn't be surprised if the spread actually got larger. And they're great trees. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dryden.
Quick comment, Chair. I mean, on about the trees, I'm glad to see the developers actually are concerned about the trees, because we know in the past some developers just got in and felled all the trees before they went into it for a planning application.
That's right, Councillor. Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so my understanding is the 4 TPO trees were removed legitimately because they were dead or dying, but they haven't been replaced for some considerable time. So I wondered if the officers, either Joanna or Nick, could comment on why. It may be that they were waiting for these planning applications, but obviously they should be replaced if they're covered by TPO. I wondered if Joanna or Nick could comment on the large tree that's outside the curtilage. Is that one that we're concerned that the root protection area will be damaged by the plot 2, so the house coming off Hills Avenue? And I suppose I'm asking as well, why don't we have more TPOs in the site, in the sense that there's obviously a lot of valuable trees there, setting aside the Leylandii. And I suppose my final question is biodiversity net gain. I know it's not always directly related to trees, but given the verdant character of this, I would be struggling to see, even if we didn't have TPOs, how the biodiversity net gain would achieve our minimum of, well, we prefer 10% or more. So I don't know if that could be commented on, because I know that's quite critical to subdivisions of garden plots, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gorthrope-Wood.
Yeah, I was concerned that there wasn't a lot of detail on the net biodiversity gain. And I also wanted to know the trees that need to be replaced, do they have to be replaced in exactly the same place? Who owns the tree that's on the verge? Is that the city or county council? So I have worries about that. And again, I do have a lot of worries about plot 2. I'd also like to know more about trees surrounding plot 1, even if they're not TPO trees. So those are my tree questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, so can we go back to you then, Nick, and possibly Joanna, if you want to ask Joanna to come in too, on trees?
Okay. Just get to the relevant slides. Yes, Councillor Porro raised the question of where are the 4 TPO trees. Well, certainly they haven't been replanted, and what this application proposes to do, although not necessarily articulated in the arboricultural impact assessment, but it has been spoken about by the applicant today, is proposed 4 trees to be replanted as, so we have one to the north here. I'll wiggle the mouse, I don't know if we have a problem with the pointer, and one in the northeast corner. So they're the proposed 2 trees to be replanted for the ones lost. And to the south, there is one tree adjacent to Hills Avenue, and the other tree is well back into the corner of the site. Officers would suggest that there be limited public benefit from the street scene of that location, but it would provide a verdant edge for overlooking from Homerton Court, but it isn't as prominently located adjacent to Hills Avenue as the existing, or what was, TPO tree. So if we go back to the slide, there it is. So there was a pine and a spruce. These are indicative locations to the south, not precise. We've established these aren't precise on the grounds that tree 3 is actually on the neighbouring site. But what is clear is that they are to the south of the site, adjacent to Hills Avenue. They have both been removed. They should be replaced, and the current application proposes one tree to the south and one centrally located. So, in officer's opinion, that's not acceptable. This is an important aspect because if 2 trees cannot successfully be planted in this location in the south eastern corner, then the access to provide vehicle access to the site, in theory, cannot be established, because if we're strictly speaking, we're asking for two new planted trees in the southern location. There has to be one here and one adjacent to that, and they have to be of a similar standard as the trees that were removed. But if that cannot be achieved because there is not enough space, then it by default makes the access impossible. So it is a very key decision to make, that members want to see 2 trees on the southern boundary or not. It may well be the case that the applicant and Joanne Davis can reach an agreement in terms of the trees planted, but certainly we don't have one at the moment. We only have one proposed tree in that location. Joanne, would you like to comment any further on that matter? I don't know whether you...
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Yes, there were 4 arboricultural questions, as I understand it. I'm happy to go through those 4 questions, although there might be a little bit of repetition, Nick. Councillor Chair, if you're happy, I can go through those 4 questions just briefly. Firstly, Councillor Smart, Chair, you mentioned that yes, 4 trees have gone. So what we're actually talking about predominantly is the removal of 1 walnut. That is true, or not so much the removal of 1 walnut, but the potential impact on 1 walnut. That is true, but I would just say that it's 1 more TPO tree. The development as it is at the moment wouldn't be possible had the condition of the 3 other trees, the four trees that have already been removed, gone. So this development layout would have led to the removal of 3 of the trees that were removed for reasons of health and safety. And we are now looking at the impact of development on a 5th tree. The issue with the leylands that was brought up by the objector, Councillor Thornborough is absolutely right here. I do not consider this to be a planning issue, other than the management of those trees could potentially open views between Homerton House and the development of Plot 1. This isn't something that's been considered because the trees are there at the moment, but the actual issue that was raised regarding the leylands is health and safety, and that would just be a question of whether or not management of those trees is appropriate. And I wouldn't suggest that is a planning issue, other than, as I said, it would open up views between the 2 properties. But the management of the trees, of the leyland trees, if that is required for health and safety reasons, there would be no objection from tree officers if that work was required. Councillor Pora's questions, the street tree that is in Hills Avenue, is sufficiently distant from the proposed dwelling that the construction wouldn't have a material impact on it, but the root protection area is slightly impacted. It does go into the site slightly, so there would be some consideration of how construction takes place of the hard standing and access to the site in order to minimise the damage within the root protection area of the street tree. That also leads to Councillor Gawthorpe Wood's query, which is that it is a highway tree, so it's a county council tree that is managed by Cambridge City Council. The reason that no more trees are protected by TPO is that when the application first came in, we were concerned about the potential impact on trees because the site isn't within a conservation area and trees weren't automatically protected. A site visit was made, and at that point all the trees that were considered to be worthy of a tree preservation order were protected by that by the existing TPO, and no other trees on site, although they do consider to the contribute to the verdant character, they were not considered to be appropriate for tree preservation order. The biodiversity net gain, I think it is pertinent to the trees. Obviously, there is a significant loss of vegetation associated with this development, whether it is because trees have died naturally or were in sufficiently poor condition that it was appropriate to remove them. They still would have required to be removed to accommodate this development, but how those calculations work, I would have to defer probably to a conservation officer, nature conservation officer, in terms of the calculation of biodiversity net gain and whether or not those trees that have been approved to be removed would still be a consideration, and then how a 10% net gain would be achieved with the removal of all the vegetation that is necessary on the site. The replacement trees with the standard response to replacement trees where trees are removed because they are dead or dangerous, which is the reason for the removal of 3 of the trees. The requirement, it's a statutory duty to replace like for like, but the local authority has an opportunity to discuss that, and we can make a decision to alter, and we can negotiate an adjustment to species and placement. So there isn't necessarily a requirement for like, but I do have concerns about the replacement planting proposed, the space for replacement planting proposed. As Nick did say, there were 2 trees on Hills Avenue. They were both substantial trees, a pine and a spruce, middle-aged, had significant capacity to increase in size. The space that is available for replacement planting is very limited. The one tree that is proposed, there isn't sufficient space for either a tree of the size of either a pine or a spruce, so you'd be looking at a smaller tree to go in there. So that will have an impact on the frontage, but there is space for replacement planting. One of the replacement planting trees in the northeast corner is not appropriately situated because it will have quite a significant effect on neighbouring properties to the north. It would need to be brought further into the site to reduce the impact on neighbouring properties. But there is some space for replacement planting. I hope that answers everything. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. Have you finished as well, Nick?
Yes, I believe.
Okay,
all
that's
points were
good.
raised.
I think it's right and proper that we have a good debate on the tree issues here, as it's the first reason for refusal for the officer's recommendation. I've got a couple of follow-up questions on that as well, and as Councillor Thornborough wants to ask something, and Councillor Poirier, so a few more questions, I think. So I just want to confirm, if you don't mind, Nick, if I just go straight to ask Joanna on this. So you said, Joanna, that there'd been a site visit to give these TPOs out. When was that? And I presume at that time that in order to give TPOs to these trees that they were in good health then. And you have stated, I think if I understood you rightly, that you confirmed that the trees were removed due to ill health. And is that something the council has checked before they were removed, I presume? So that's one line of inquiry. Then the other thing is tree related, but also in terms of planning. So you talked, Nick, about these trees, how they could be repositioned or something in line with this application to make it all work. The thing is with that, and I'm not quite sure whether this is something we can consider on this planning item or whether it's a matter of enforcement, a separate thing altogether. But my understanding of planning legislation is that if a TPO tree dies, basically, or for some reason is removed, then the replacement trees of appropriate size and species should be replaced roughly in the same location as soon as they reasonably can. Now, I'm not quite sure if that's happened in this case. I'm not quite sure how long those trees have been gone for. But I don't know if, Nick, you can answer that one rather than Joanna or maybe Toby. So where are we with that? Should we be considering that as a part of this planning application, or is that a separate matter for enforcement in the council? Shall I go to you now, Joanna, and Nick with those questions, and then we'll go to further questions from other members?
Thank you. Yes, I'm just pulling up the tree preservation order. So the tree preservation order was served in January 2021. And it was the following year that 2 trees died, and then later on a tree showed poor health and then later died, and the pine, which is T11 on the proposed plans, which is on Hills Avenue, that we actually received an application for that one. That wasn't an exception. The application was received, and we approved the application on the basis that the whole top of the tree had died, and that it was sufficiently compromised that removal and replacement would be appropriate. So yes, we are talking about healthy trees in 2021 and not healthy trees in 2022. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joanna. And the thing I asked about, Nick, about whether this matter of trees not being replaced, I suppose, well, is 1 year a reasonable period of time, or should they have been replaced quicker? I'm not quite sure. Maybe that's a question. I understood that trees should be replaced, as soon as they reasonably can, but they haven't been, have they?
They haven't been, no. The letters that go out with regard to accepting a 5-day notice and reminding owners of their statutory duty to replace requests replacement planting within the next planting season. And that planting season is usually between October and March. So yes, the trees should have been replaced by now. But from my perspective, given that there is development on the site, I wouldn't object to deferring the replacement planting as long as that replacement planting was a material consideration in any development.
Well said, Joanna. Thank you. Okay. I think that's all done on my questions then, so sorry it took so much time up. So Councillor Thornborough, you were first, I think.
Yes, we have been faced in the city where new development is being near TPO trees, that we're being told that because of the there's been movement in the new developments, and the insurance companies are saying the trees, the TPO trees need to come out because they're causing the movement. And this is regardless of building control, the design of the foundations, the fact that those TPO trees were there well in, hundreds of years in advance. And we don't seem to be able to be pushing back on this. And these are protected trees. So the council are being put in a position where we have to pay to put in extra protection or reduce the trees or take them out. And we don't, if this was to go ahead, the two TPO trees could get bigger, and the weather is changing. So is it that the legislation is that if there's any will those trees be in danger if there's any movement on that building? Because this is what we're facing in the city and across the country.
Slightly off agenda, but I think you did stick pretty much to the point with regard to the walnut tree, obviously. And we need to wrap up this conversation about trees and get on to the other part of the debate as well, I think, soon. But Councillor Pora?
So I think in the reason for refusal, the officer does pick up exactly what Councillor Thornborough says, in that there is going to be pressure. I think my understanding is, as it stands, the replacement trees proposed are not like for like or even similar for similar. So I think for me that's a big concern. I don't know whether we could strengthen that in the reason for refusal, but for me, by doing this work, those TPO trees that did die within a year can't be replaced as they were. The second thing is am I right in saying, my understanding is it's the applicant's responsibility to show that they can do a biodiversity net gain? Because obviously I know Joanna said she'd have to go and work it out, but my concern is, as it stands, particularly given that the TPO trees that have been removed, in effect, cannot be replaced to the same volume and significance. So, I just wondered if that was another reason we might need to consider for refusal. For me, it's so verdant, even without the TPO trees, that I don't find that it's proven that the biodiversity net gain could be provided at the moment. And I think I'm right in saying that's the applicant's responsibility to prove rather than ours to disprove. But I'm sure Toby will correct me if I'm wrong on that. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Councillor. So I think that ends the debate on the tree side of things, except to go back to officers just to have any final answers. So Nick or Joanna?
Yes, I'm happy to respond to Councillor Thornborough's question. It is a difficult one, and I agree entirely with Councillor Thornborough in the suggestion that climate change is having a significant impact in relation to trees and buildings. We do have, obviously, building regulations. Buildings, new buildings must consider soils. They must consider the impact that trees could have on buildings in the future, and therefore foundations should be constructed appropriately. But it is a risk exercise, not a remove all chance of trees causing damage to buildings in the future. So when considering what foundations should be, it isn't a consideration of the worst case scenario. It is considered of the most likely scenario, in which case the simple answer to the question is yes, there is a potential that if soils are shrinkable and climate change does result in significant drying because of proximity of trees to buildings, there could be future movement of the building, and the likely scenario would be that trees could be removed. However, there are building regulations that would reduce that potential significantly. And then with the biodiversity net gain, that is a question that would need to be answered by conservation officer. Apologies. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. Did you want to add anything, Nick, or are we all done on that? Councillor Gulthrope-Wood.
I'm just going to ask, could we have a comfort break once we finish the tree discussion? 2 minutes,
Yeah, okay.
please.
I think we've pretty much finished on trees, haven't we? Yes. Okay. So it's good to have a good debate on that, I think. And we'll come back to everything else in the item afterwards then. So let's have a break now then for 5 minutes, please. Thanks very much. So don't discuss the item while you're out the room with one another or with any members of the public or anyone else for that matter. Thanks. It's still in the middle of the item. So if you just put us offline, James, are we off? just had a short break. Still on Hills Road, item 6. So just to say, it's always difficult to sum up things. Got a long debate on the tree issue there, but seems that there were several trees. They were TPO'd, then they died, and they haven't been replaced. None of that is particularly so important. The important thing is in any application, they would need to form a part of that application, and Joanna has usefully said that they could be repositioned to fit with that application, but I don't see on this application that the trees have been positioned with regard to the plans for the site to replace the previously TPO trees to, good going forward. So that's my analysis of it, but please do correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, on that, or Joanna. So moving on to general debate, councillors. Councillor Thornborough.
A couple of things, yeah. For plot, I see that the new building, plot 1 is 6 bedrooms, but I wonder if the officer could remind me how many bedrooms the existing bungalow is. One of the reasons for refusal when there were two houses up using that existing access was the access wasn't large enough. And I wondered about the possible, there could be 12 adults living in plot 1. There's 6 double bedrooms. And I wondered about the potential for really increased car movements compared to what was there previously and the impact on amenity. And it's the same for waste bins. It's a long way to drag waste bins from the house to the road, and I'd like to know where the waste bins are going to be stored on bin collection day. For plot 2, the red line boundary is inaccurate. On one of the plans the officers showed on the existing plan, it shows the red line boundary. It's like, yes, on this drawing you can see the right hand side plan shows the red line boundary going straight across the bottom next to plot 2, but on the left hand side the red line boundary goes down to create vehicular access. The pavement and the verge there is owned by the highways, not by the applicant, and therefore they cannot show the red line boundary going around the land that they do not own. They should be showing a hatch red to show land that's required to get access, but and the other thing is this, on the description of this application, it doesn't say that they are creating a new access, vehicular access, onto the site, and highways have not commented about the new vehicular access onto the site, and the implications of that, plus the loss of street parking. There is car parking along the street, and that car parking will be lost through creating the access to plot 2. So also for plot 2, there is it was timber boarding fencing, and that was removing that timber boarding fencing. The officer said it was considered one of the benefits of the application, but we don't know what the streetscape will be like at the end. All we know is the elevations of the house, but we don't know what the streetscape is. So that's missing information for us to make a judgment. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? Councillor Goldthwaite-Wood.
Okay, I have a lot of concerns about plot 2, and it's the size, massing, design, the big dormer at the rear, and the effect it has in terms of light loss to the neighbours in Tinala, is it, house. But on plot 1, I wanted to check the ridge height is higher than the existing building. You've also got the garage shown on here. I don't know what the height of that is. and I noticed the photos of where you comment on potential overlooking, but not really, of there isn't much for number 4 Cavendish Road. But what about 4A? Because I thought those photos, the photo you showed, looked as though it was looking straight at 4A, and clearly there's overlooking straight into their windows at the ground floor. So that's an energy and carbon reduction. I wondered if they could have more information on what was proposed there. Obviously, we've covered the trees. It's the bedrooms and ensuite, facing 4A that worried me. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I'll add a couple of points and go back to you then, Nick. So I asked at the start about the size to make sure I knew the size of the houses. So both of them are fairly huge, one more bigger than the other. But we've seen bigger in this committee, of course. Normally I'd expect buildings behind buildings like this to be subservient. I don't feel that's the case here. I don't feel that the general look of the buildings, the layout and so on is delightful. It's not delightful. It's, I suppose, adequate, as is the aesthetic design of the things. It's sort of basic looking, which is disappointing really for Hills Road. This is a prime site in the city, not what I would have expected. In terms of the context and the site, which should be of paramount interest in architecture and building, this has not been taken account of. These two blocky, bulky buildings have been plonked onto the site to fit as best as possible into a difficult site to accommodate them, and not giving something that's satisfactory. Things on the table. I think there is the possibility of erecting dwellings on this site, but the ones that we see on the table are not the ones I would like to see on this site. So that's what I would say. If there's nothing else, then back to you then, Nick, for any answers to questions, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smart. Well, I'll start with Councillor Thornborough's question. In terms of the red line, there was an updated application submission showing the red line down to the road, Hills Avenue. The Highway Authority have been consulted on this application, and they have commented. I'm reading their comments here. They've said they are aware of this new access, and they've assessed that as part of their assessment. They've said, please add a condition to any permission that the planning authority is minded to issue in regard to this proposal, requiring that 2 pedestrian visibility splays 2 metres by 2 metres shall be provided each side of the new vehicle access. So that clearly refers to the new access. So the Highway Authority officers, well, in my opinion, have fully assessed the access from Hills Avenue. The updated site location plan correctly identifies the location of the access. I'm not familiar with using a hatched line for land they don't own. As long as the correct notice has been served, you would normally put your red line around a site, and if you're going over highway land, the Highway Authority has been notified in this instance, so officers consider that due notification has taken place, therefore alleviating that concern in terms of the anomaly on the red line. With regards to the existing building, it's referred to as a bungalow. It's actually a 4-bedroom, 2-storey property, and the distances would be similar to what the current arrangement is for bins. So in effect, no change. I believe there is a distance figure of 25 metres that members of the public should be pushing bins, 30 metres for refuge collectors to walk to collect those bins. We are not far off both of those distances in this regard. So officers are content that that is suitable on plot 1. Hopefully that answers Councillor Thorburns' questions. Councillor Gawthorpe Wood made comments in relation to the increased ridge height. Yeah, I believe the increased ridge height is going from 7.7 metres to 8.8. So yeah, just over a metre increase. And there was a question in relation to the garage height. I don't have the precise height of that garage before me, but I would estimate that to be, just bear with, actually I do have that, 4.3 metres with a pitch roof. So hopefully that answers that question. It does aid as part of the obscuring of any potential overlooking to a certain degree, but not significant particularly. 4A overlooking, just bear with me on this. I will go back to the slide. Okay, so 4A overlooking, 4A and 4 have obviously been subdivided. So if, hopefully you can see my mouse. 4A is on the left hand side and 4 is on the right hand side. What's happened is the host plot has purchased the rear part of the garden space of 4A. So originally the red line for the host site went straight up along this line here. This area was purchased and is part of the application. So although the rear elevation of the proposed dwelling would look into what was 4A's garden, it's now no longer 4A's garden. It's actually owned by the applicant. The distance to the north is 22 metres from the common boundary, and then we've got another 4.5 metres from the flank wall of the proposed dwelling, and therefore 26.5. The northern facing windows at first floor level have can be and have been obscure glazed. There are a secondary window, and therefore that's been overcome in terms of direct overlooking. There is obviously the perception of being overlooked, but on balance, given the distances involved, it's considered an acceptable situation from my perspective, or the officer's perspective. Obviously members may take a different view, and equally when one looks to the east, that is going to be the most impactful of the overlooking concerns, but on balance officers have deemed that being the less usable part of the garden space, and the distances involved, I believe it was 9 metres, yeah, on the left hand side, 9 metres to 12 metres. A judgment's got to be reached, and obviously I'm, as I said before, guided by in part the earlier refusal that didn't include residential amenity implications, where similar circumstances, stroke material considerations are apparent in this application, and therefore similar conclusions have been reached. In terms of energy carbon reduction, we don't have a specific indication given, but this would be well, certainly on plot 2, we've got a green roof on the flat roof section of the single story aspect to the rear, but this is essentially just going through the committee report, section 9.81 down to 9.84. There, the report concludes the proposals which would involve the provision of low carbon generation can be achieved subject to planning condition. So ordinarily, that's where the detail of that element would come into fruition. And I think going back to one earlier question that perhaps was not answered from Councillor Power in relation to the biodiversity net gain, that is something that the applicant would need to provide themselves. In this instance, the ecology officer has made an assessment of the site and deemed the site in the ecology officer's judgment permissible for a condition to be presented achieving that net gain. They weren't of the view that the site couldn't accommodate the gain and therefore object to the application in principle prior to decision. They've accepted that via condition. Yeah, I just thought that slightly was missed before. And Councillor Smart's point in terms of the size not being subservient and the design, again, that's not necessarily a question. Yeah, it's an observation. It is a very attractive area, predominantly traditional buildings in the location, and it's for members to make their judgment on the appearance of the dwelling. But I believe that's all the questions. Maybe if I've missed one, please let me know.
Thanks, Nick. Thank you very much. Good. Okay. I think we're good to go to the vote now then. Oh, Councillor Thornborough.
Can the reason for refusal for regarding the trees be strengthened about the issue about increased risk through climate change?
I didn't completely understand that, but maybe you did, Nick?
Yes, I think we well increased. I think the concern is the development will give rise to potential movement, which was discussed earlier, to plot 2 in particular, and therefore hasten the demise of that healthy walnut tree, which is something we obviously want to avoid. So I think is that what Councillor Thornborough is referring to?
I think so, Nick, because Toby's going to say something now as well, so hold on.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think we could reference climate change and also strengthen the part of reason for refusal 1 in relation to the provision not being on a similar basis. Thank you.
You content with that, Councillor Thornborough? Yes, your thumbs up. Okay, good. Right, we're all happy then. So, Councillor Thornborough-Wood?
If we are minded to refuse, I would like to see something about design and size massing in addition to the points that have been put in the committee papers. Does that make sense?
Indeed, I thought the same thing. Yeah, I'll ask that question in a moment. So, should we do that now, Toby, or should we get the reasons, the recommendation first?
I think I'd be minded to do that now. If a member wants to make that proposition and second it, then we could highlight the relevant policies which will be in the the 50s of the local plan. But I think there'd need to be, obviously there'd need to be a majority vote to carry through that potential reason for refusal. I would remind members we're not in a conservation area here, and certainly the visibility of the is quite restricted. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. So just so everyone understands, we've got our reasons for refusal as suggested by officers. We've had a debate in which we discussed various things as well as those reasons for refusal. Other things too, like design and so on, that Councillor Goldthorpe Wood and I too also alluded to. So if we want to add any reasons for refusal to the other reasons for refusal given, we can do so now. So Councillor Goldthorpe Wood, did you want to say any more now on what you just said, just to add to it, or have you said your piece? Leave it at that if you like. You.
Well, I'm not an architect and we're not designing on the table, but I think there could be something much more interesting, low energy use and kind of designed in the trees, if that makes sense.
I think you put
I
it
don't think we could put that as a reason, sorry, but yeah.
You put it perfectly well. We're all residents in the city. We sit on this committee to attempt to make the city a better place to live in, partly, I guess, as well as, planning, national planning policy framework and local policy and local plan and all of that. Councillor Pora.
I think there might be something about the subservient things that the chair mentioned. I also just want to note, we haven't talked about reason 3, but I just want to say I am fully supportive of reason 3 because that box dormer window to me is, well, I think the planning officer has summed it up well. I think we all agree that, but I just wanted to note as part of the debate that I support planning refusal 3 as well, just in case the applicant thought we hadn't considered that was an important one. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll second that. Any more? So I think you covered it, Councillor Goldthorpe Wood, so bulkiness. I think you said about the bulkiness of the buildings and also the design of the buildings, and I think you were alluding to something I was thinking about. It needn't necessarily be a thing that looks like the buildings around them. It could be a modern interpretation of that. It could be a different thing. And also the subservient that I mentioned that Councillor Gore then picked up as well. So all of those things together, can we all, we've had a seconder, I think, haven't we? It's a bit convoluted. Is that acceptable, officers, the way we've done it there?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, so I would say the range of policies would be 52, 55, 56, 57 and 59. To kind of expedite proceedings, I've taken detailed notes of those issues. So if the recommendation carries with that additional reason for refusal, I would suggest that officers come back with the detailed reasons to Chair and Spokes just for final sign-off.
I think that's fine, yeah. Okay, in that case, so let's have a vote in favour of those additional reasons for refusal. No? Is that good? Yep, so those in favour of those additional reasons for refusal. All those against? That's carried. In that case, we need to have the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 82 of the officer report. That is to refuse the application for 3 reasons. The first reason would be amended to include wording to reference the replacement of the lost trees not being on a similar basis and reference to climate change, and then there would be an additional reason for refusal on grounds of poor design, lack of subservience, scale, bulk, and lack of reference to context and the verdant character of the area, contrary to policies 52, 55, 56, 57 and 59, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Toby. So the officer recommendation is one of refusal. All those in favour of that recommendation? Against? Abstentions? Thank you. So the item is refused. Thanks very much. Good debate, very robust. Thank you very much. So we'll have a break now for lunch. It's 1 o'clock, so if we come back at 1:30 for the next item. Thanks, everyone. back to the afternoon session of Planning Committee. So the next item is item number 8, 90 Roseford Road. Tom Chin is the presenting officer on this item, and we have... Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? Thank you very much, Katie. Thank you. Okay, so the next item is item 7, 42 Natal Road. And Tom Chin is the presenting officer. No public speakers on this item. So when you're ready to present, then please, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Just bear with me while I get the screens aren't on. If people, I do have a presentation to show. Okay. That.
So Tom, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is for the erection of a new dwelling following the demolition of an existing garage at land to the rear of 40 and 42 Natal Road. Offers are recommending approval. There are a couple of updates. So to start with, there's an amendment to paragraph 9.35. The word "not" was omitted by accident, so this has been included. So it's just to ensure that it does state that the proposal would not cause harm to neighbouring amenity. Condition 17 has been amended. It was originally prior to the commencement of development. This has been altered, so it now states that it will be flood resilience measures will be submitted prior to any above ground development, including demolition. And then there's an amendment to condition 19 that has been amended so that it now states that the rear elevation first floor windows will be obscurely glazed and will be non-opening except in emergency below 1.7 metres above floor level. The application is before members today, as it is for an application between 1 to 9 dwellings, and there has been a third-party representation against the council's recommendation. The application seeks planning permission for the demolition of an existing garage and the erection of a single 2-storey dwelling in its place. Should start on the location plan. This is a map showing on the GIS, just to show that it is bordering on flood zone 2. As highlighted, the application is before members as there is a third-party representation that cannot be resolved by a condition. So the main considerations for members are the proposal's impact on the character and appearance of the area, the impact on neighbouring amenity, and whether there's any highway safety implications, and whether the proposal is acceptable regarding car parking and cycle parking. I'll take members through the slides. So this is a Google Maps image of the site. Obviously the site is edged in red. It's got Pern Road to the west of the site and Natal Road just to the north. There was a previously refused scheme on the site, which officers decided through delegated powers last year. This was for 2 dwellings on the site. Obviously this was refused and is currently at appeal. But I just thought I'd let members know that there was previous history on the site. This is detailed within the officer's report. So the application before members today is for a single 2-storey dwelling. So as highlighted on the plan, the dwelling would be located centrally within the site, and it is part of the existing residential amenity space for numbers 40 and 42 Natal Road. There is an existing garage on site which is to be demolished. Access would be gained from Pern Road to the west, This would be use the existing access and would not require the widening of any access or any new access. These are the proposed elevations. So obviously it would be 2 stories in height, and it would have a single-story outrigger to the side elevation. It would be first floor windows on the rear elevation and skylights. These are the side elevations. And this is the proposed street scene. I'd just like to point out to members that as part of the adjacent site, so in the centre of that, 2 dwellings of a similar design were approved last year for 2 two-storey dwellings in that location, which are currently under construction. But obviously that is a proposed street scene. And then this is a CGI of the proposal, so it is the dwelling on the left of those new ones with the white car out the front, and it does show what the street scene would look like with the approved dwellings to the south of the site as well. The dwelling would be 3-bedroom and would be for 5 bed spaces. These are the proposed floor plans. These are the photos of the site. So this is the existing garage, which is to be demolished. The site is all hard standing at present. This is street scene from the front. The hoardings for the adjacent site have been put up and construction is underway. See in this next photo. Just put some photos on here just showing the proximity of the site in comparison to the host dwellings on the site, which is number 40 and 42 Natal Road. So in regards to the application, there have been no objections from the local highways authority. There's been no objections from the environmental health officer or from the sustainable drainage officer. There's been 1 third-party representation. Apologies for the typo on there. There's been 1 third-party representation that's been received, and Councillor Bagent did comment on the scheme regarding the car parking on the site. In regards to the third-party representation, it stated that there was going to be a highways impact as a result of the new dwelling, and this would be through further vehicle movements and an intensification of the use, and that the area itself should be used for car parking. Regarding the planning balance, officers consider that there would be no impact on the character and appearance of the area. There would be no negative impact upon neighbouring properties and their amenity. There are no highway safety implications, and that the proposal has overcome the previous reasons for refusal of the application that was refused last year. Obviously, officers are recommending approval. Thank you, Chair.
Very much for that. And Tom, let's make sure you log on to Teams, by the way, to make your presentation go online as well for the next one, please. So, members, debate. Councillor Thornborough.
Thank you for your presentation. So the last scheme, I talked about the red line boundary, and I made a mistake because it was right that it did include the accessing the site to the road. In this case, it doesn't. There's no access across the pavement owned by highways to the road. Does that mean highways are not aware of it? That's one point. Pern Road is actually quite big. It's a busy road for cars and people going up and down there. So it's just there's the vehicles going across. That is, it just should be noted. So, condition 19. Can you just clarify? It says the rear windows at first floor should not be open. I believe they're the only windows into the bedroom, and I think the bedroom needs to have natural ventilation. So I think that if there are no I think the windows should be able to be opened even if they're obscure, but with restrictors that could be released in an emergency. And that there is also first floor accommodation. Is there any proposed restriction on the second floor? Are there any proposed restrictions on the second floor? this is right, there's condition 17 is about flooding, and mitigation scheme needs to be submitted prior. I just wondered whether it should be prior to commencement rather than prior to above, prior to taking place a works development above ground level. It's just that it's such an important thing to resolve, that if it wasn't satisfactory, it shouldn't proceed. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gorfutt-Wood.
Well, I had similar questions, and it was to do with opening of a bedroom window. And I had to say, I get a bit confused about, not opening. The window has to be obscured, so that's in condition 10, and also in 937 it's mentioned, and it is a bedroom window. And then I looked at the plans and I thought, is this also one of these like Velux windows that you can turn into a sort of little balcony that's kind of set into the house? So I wonder if you could clarify that. I'm not happy about the idea of not being able to open the bedroom window, really not. And indeed, you'll have to clarify for me, this 1.7 metres, I get a bit confused about that. That's about is that about not being open, or is that about obscuring, having obscured glass? And I also wondered on the outrigger, the ground floor one, is it possible to have a green roof on that? I mean, I can see there's something look like, light well there, or lantern light. So that's my second question. And then the third one, and this is it's fairly minor, but this is going to be built so it has the potential, have PV potential. If you're going to not put PV panels on it, what you've also got to allow for in the side of the house is space for inverters, and they're the same size as a sort of standard boiler. And I'm just looking at this, and the internal design is quite tight. So I'd like a bit more information on that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Poorer.
Thank you, Chair. First, I think we're missing the EV charger condition, because it is a new property, isn't it? So we need that. And secondly, just to echo what the other councillors said, my understanding then is that the bedroom with the ensuite, well, I suppose it's not sure, bedroom next to the bathroom, wouldn't have, I mean, we shouldn't have obscured windows on a bedroom, full stop, if that's the only window. Never mind opening. So but on the plans, as Councillor Gorfutt would say, it does sort of suggest there might be one window there and one into the roof, which is a Velux. So, because I don't think we're allowed to approve a bedroom with obscured windows where there's no second window. I mean, I don't think that's, well, I would be very uncomfortable doing that, because I think the amenity, particularly as that is quite a large bedroom, and I think probably the larger bedroom looking at it, I would be very unhappy about that. But if there are Velux, that's slightly different. So could the officers please confirm?
Thank you. So just to be clear, Velux windows are a brand of skylight. Councillor Dryden.
To say about that, I know an application in Queen Edith's a few years ago where there was frosted glass windows in the bedroom because of overlooking.
Thanks for that, Councillor Dryden. So my 3 points are, I think you mentioned, Tom, that there were, in 2022, we refused an application for 2 dwellings on site. I think you said, Tom, that that application had now gone to appeal. And so you're nodding. So this application today that we're looking at on the table, as they say, is for 1 dwelling. So if we were to approve this application for 1 dwelling, which is what officers recommend, would that be a material planning consideration for the inspector in considering whether 2 houses should be approved or not? That's my first question. And if so, I think that's a concern because today we're looking at 1 house, not 2. The second thing is you said there were skylights in the roof, Tom, but looking at the side elevation north, it looks to me like there's a dormer there. I can't quite work it out, so maybe you could just confirm. And finally, you did say that Councillor Bajan had spoken about this item. So he is a ward councillor. He does sit on this committee, but not today. So that won't be of any consequence in terms of the decision today that we make. That's all for the time being. So Tom, if you could answer those questions then, please.
Yeah, of course, Chair. Just for Councillor Thornberry, in regards to the highways and access, the reason why it's not included on the red line is because they're utilising the existing access, so they don't need to include that if it's already part of it. Because there's a garage on site, there is already ingress and egress for the site for the property at number 14 Atoll Road. So a vehicle is easily able to cross there. Highways would have been obviously consulted on the scheme already, and they've not raised any objections, subject to several conditions. So they are aware of the site and they've not raised any highway safety issues. So in regards to that, the access would essentially be the same at present in the fact that it would be for 1 dwelling, because obviously number 40 would not be able to utilise that. So hopefully that answers your question regarding that. Regarding the ventilation of the rear windows, what I'll do is bring up the plans on there. So when in the condition it states that it will be non-openable up until 1.7 metres, so that doesn't restrict there being skylights or roof lights that are openable above 1.7. So there is the potential that any of those skylights on there, which are above 1.7, whether they have those that, whether they have a stick and it opens it up that way, obviously that is up to the applicant to decide how they make that work, but there would be the potential for ventilation to be allowed through the condition. It doesn't restrict that. That's what Councillor Dryden said earlier. It would be essentially obscurely glazed and non-openable up until 1.7 metres, and then from above there, it will be, you can have it openable and unobscurely glazed, so it can be normal from there. So hopefully that overcomes that. In regarding to condition 17 and flood resilience measures, I do agree that it is important. The reason why we've amended it is because it allows for the demolition of the garage in order for development to start. That doesn't necessarily mean they can't build anything above ground level. So by demolishing the garage, that means the development obviously will have been able to start, and then they would then have to submit that. So it means that they can essentially start on site prior to anything happening. So it wouldn't necessarily impact the dwelling on itself or anything on the ground. It just means that they can demolish the garage. Regarding, I think there was a comment about the outrigger and a green roof. Condition 7 states that any green roof should be constructed in accordance, and the approved plans do indicate that that would be a green roof. You can't see it because it's really small, but there is a line on there which says that it would be a green roof, so we would require that single-storey outrigger to have a green roof on there. Regarding PV panels, obviously it is up to the applicant whether they were to install them. I do note that irrespective of whether they install solar panels or not, it would meet the requirement of 19% reduction in carbon, which would comply with our sustainability policies regarding that. Obviously, I can't comment on how they would make that work if they decided to put that through in the future, so I'm just trying to get the floor plans up. Obviously, whether that meant that they had to change the internal floor plans, but it wouldn't result in any increase in external footprint. Should it require an increase in external footprint, then they would have to submit a separate planning application for that. See, that's not something that we can consider, as they've not put that forward at this moment in time. And in regards to Councillor Smart's regarding the refused application. The appeal is currently, it hasn't started yet. Approving a dwelling in this location is a material consideration for a future application. However, each application is based on its own merits. So the planning inspectorate, although the principle of development for one dwelling in this location is acceptable, what was put forward on the originally refused scheme, there was significant other issues that aren't present within this application because of its previous scale. So that is a completely different and separate consideration that the planning inspectorate would consider over and above this application.
Thank you very much. I mean, just to share my feelings on that, you've given me two answers, one of which reassures me and one doesn't. So I know you've said it how it is, but it feels very much to me like potentially the inspector could look at our decision, should we approve this recommendation to approve, support this recommendation to approve, that the inspector might feel, well, the members have supported a house on that site, so two houses is acceptable too, but you seem to be saying that it doesn't necessarily follow like that. Could you give any more detail on that to reassure us, perhaps? Because we're looking at one house today, aren't we?
That is correct.
It feels a bit like if we approve one house that we're sort of given the go-ahead to two houses potentially.
Not necessarily. That's not necessarily the case. I've shown the refuse scheme on here. Obviously, the mass and bulk of that proposal is substantially greater. Also, the intensification of the site would be greater. There's no bin storage or very limited, and there's a lot of other issues surrounding it that the inspectorate would consider. They would look at the proposal that's put forward to members today, should that be approved, and they would consider that in comparison to this. Obviously, there, as I've stated, there's substantial bulk, and there's a lot of other things going on with the site, which the planning inspectorate would have to consider over and above the application that is before members today. So it doesn't, just because one dwelling has been approved, they have to consider a whole host of other aspects that are not part of this application.
All right, thanks for that, Tom. Any more questions? Yeah, Councillor Pora.
So I'm slightly obsessed with the obscured window. Can you confirm on the picture where it's, if you've got the rear elevation there, that one, are you saying that the bit that's greyed out on the first floor to the right is the bit that will be obscured and the bit above will definitely not be obscured? Because the other issue, much as I hate to unobscure a window, but it does say in paragraph 9.36, 46A is 28 metres away. And we just had the debate in the previous item that 22 metres was perfectly sufficient not to be overlooking. So I'm just a bit, I'm not, is it because the garden is closer? It is a bedroom and it's the only window. So I'm just interested why, well, if that is the case and half of it is unobscured, so there will be enough light, I suppose I could live with that. But I'm also interested why, if number 46A is 28 metres away, why we're thinking that that needs obscuring when in the previous application we said to the people who were worried about it being 22 metres away that it wouldn't. So I'm just worried about that second bedroom because I just don't think it's a decent standard of amenity. I take Councillor Dryden's point that we potentially have agreed them before, but I'm not sure that makes it any better. Thanks.
Okay, so any more questions for Tom? Councillor Coulthrope.
I just wanted to check the garden size, and sorry if it's in the committee papers, and also the width of the access round to the back, which looks as though it's okay, but there is a bike store in the way, and I am actually thinking of wheelchairs and things like that, as we don't have our usual committee member who's an expert on that. Thank you.
I do. Any more? No. Okay, back to you then, Tom.
So just regarding the roof lights, ventilation, obscurely glazed, regarding the other application that was discussed at committee earlier, obviously the sites are different and they have to be based on its own merits. There may have been trees in the way, etc., which may have meant that although the distance was shorter, there was less of an impact. Whereas with this one, because of the nature of the site, and I'll just bring up the site plan, that it is obviously quite open with no vegetation, no substantial vegetation towards the rear. So that is one of the reasons why we have recommended that condition. Regarding, it is essentially to the gardens rather than the dwelling itself, because obviously dwellings around their gardens are not substantial, although they are modest, they're not substantial. So that is one of the reasons why we've recommended that condition. In regards to the obscurely glazed aspect, I can't comment on the plan and that's its exact height, because I don't know whether that's exactly 1.7 metres, but let's say, for argument's sake, that is 1.7 metres, then yes, from the bit above would be unobscured and they would be able to view that normally. The wheelchair access, the access between there, I believe, is 1 metre. That, having spoken to the access officer on other applications, 1 metre is substantial for a wheelchair access. Obviously, I can't comment on the different types of wheelchair, but it would be acceptable in that regard. Also, there is a condition on the application which requires the development to be compliant with policy M42. So similar to the other applications that have been considered by members today, it would have to make sure it complies with that regarding accessibility.
So just in terms of Councillor Pora's question about glazing, is section BB the one to look at in terms of seeing that bedroom with its glazing to look out and not look out?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that, Chair.
In terms of Councillor Pora's question about glazing and views out, is section BB the correct one to look at in terms of that bedroom? Section BB is on page... I haven't got page numbers on my... Oh, page 27, I think, if that means anything to you. Yeah.
If it helps, Chair, that looks to be the correct section, and it looks to be around 1.7. Most architects, because they deal with permitted development rights and obscure glazing, generally work to a 1.7 metre threshold from the internal finished floor level, and that looks to be there or thereabouts. We can check it, but the condition secures it.
Thanks, Toby. So, Councillor Pora, are you content with that response?
I think so. If you look at your section BB, it does suggest that there is a skylight above it. I think my main concern is that there is something that isn't obscured that allows that bedroom to have light, if not outlook. And so I would not wish to vote for this until I'm absolutely satisfied. And I think if you look on BB, it looks like the window is L-shaped, which suggests that there's Velux. I just wouldn't want to approve it with an entirely, if the window is only 1.7 metres and it's entirely obscured, I think that is unacceptable for a bedroom. But if you're satisfied that there is some light coming in that isn't in obscured glass, then I could live with that. Thanks.
Yeah, I think we can be very confident there'd be an outlook from the bit of the roof that's sloping away from the vertical plane.
Okay, right. Any more? No? Okay, let's go to the vote then. Recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation set out on page 101 of the reports pack is to approve the application subject to the conditions as set out and subject to the amended conditions 17 and 19 on the amendment sheet. Thank you.
I think there should be an EV charging one. I think I said earlier, is it on there? I couldn't see it.
Sorry, Councillor, I have secured that on plan number, if I get it up, it's not obvious, but on the site plan, it is indicated at the front of the property that EV charging is on there. So by virtue of the plans being in accordance with the approved plan condition, then that would secure the EV charging point.
Okay. Office recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation? Against? Any abstentions? Nope. Okay, so the item is approved. So thanks, Tom. So you're here for the next one as well, aren't you, Tom? So the next item is, we'll go straight on with the next item, is that okay? You okay, Councillor Thornborough? Knew what I was doing, but I'll perhaps share that later. That's not really for now, is it? So next item is item number 8, 90 Rhodesford Road. Tom Cherney, you're the officer. Got speakers. So Patricia, hello Patricia, afternoon. And Paul Curry is the objector. I believe Paul is online, possibly.
Sent a statement.
Oh, he sent a statement, okay. And then we've got a statement from Councillor Todd Jones as well. So if you want to present the item first, then Tom, are you ready? Have you logged onto Teams now that you can be seen? Oh, were you? Oh, okay, there seems to be some issue with it being seen.
Yeah, when you have to log in.
To clarify,
Shall we
Chair,
adjourn? Let's adjourn for a few minutes and get the issue sorted out with seeing it online, and then we'll come back. So, okay, just hold on a few minutes, people. We seem to all be back and hopefully reasonably okay. And just to let members of the committee know that Councillor Bajan has had his operation done, I think, so seems to be all good. Fingers crossed. There's a picture of him. Seems to have both eyes, as far as I can tell, but he's got his hat over one side, but I think he's okay. I probably shouldn't be sharing that, should I, really? But anyway.
Are we live, by the way, James?
Yeah, so we're live on screen. Okay, so as I said then, Tom, if you want to present the item then, please.
Yeah. This application before members is 90 Roseford Road in Cambridge. It's for a two-storey side extension and offers a recommending approval. Originally, there were no updates on the application. However, I have been made aware that all members of the committee were sent an email through last night indicating an objection from a neighbouring resident. That objection is noted. It is not dissimilar to what was submitted as part of the application and what officers considered. There are some slight amendments, but that's more to the timing for committee, so it does not amend officers' considerations, and the majority of what is contained within that is the same as what the objection was submitted originally. So I just thought I'd make that clear. So I'll continue. The application before members seeks planning permission to erect a two-storey side extension to the existing host dwelling. Throughout the planning application process, amendments have been sought from the original proposal, which was originally located up to the shared boundary. The amendments that have been submitted and agreed with officers reduce the first floor extension aspect off the shared boundary by 300 millimetres, and the reduction in width in total is 250 millimetres. This is recommending the application for approval. There's a slide of the site location plan. GIS map imagery. It's not showing. The application site is this area that I'm highlighting here. So the application site with the solar panels on the top. So the application is being determined by members at committee today, as it's been called in by Councillor Todd Jones. So the main planning considerations are the impact on the character and appearance of the area and the impact on neighbouring amenity. This slide shows the existing elevations of the property. So it is a two-storey semi-detached dwelling. This is the proposal. So I'd just like to point out to members, so the extension does come to the side here, and it has been reduced off the boundary at first floor level, and then it is at the boundary at ground floor level, sorry. Access to the rear would still be retained through the through an access point. So here is a photo of the site. Another one would be adjacent dwelling shown. Relationship with the neighbouring property. This is an image from the rear garden. So there are no necessary consultees for this application. One objection has been received regarding a loss of light, the proposal being overbearing, proposal being visually intrusive, the proposal having an overshadowing impact on the adjacent property. The proposal would impact any extension on neighbouring property in future. It would result in the terracing effect, and that it would be out of character of the area. Councillor Todd Jones has also objected, and his comments relate to the terracing effect, it being overbearing and visually dominant, and also there being overshadowing issues. So, as some of the comments relate to it being out of character of the area, I thought it would be important to highlight other developments on Roseford Road, of which there are a number, of which it has gone up to two-storey at the boundary and also single-storey at the boundary. So this is number 70 Roseford Road, I believe, and obviously it is two-storey up to the boundary, and then the adjacent property also has a single-storey garage, which is also up to the ground boundary at single floor level. This is directly opposite the application site, so they have benefited from a two-storey side extension, although this is historic. They have benefited from a two-storey side extension which has extended up to the shared boundary with the neighbouring property. Adjacent property to number 87 Roseford Road, which is once again directly opposite the application site, has also benefited from a two-storey side extension which is straight up to the boundary. And slightly further down Roseford Road, but essentially opposite the application site, that a number of properties have benefited from a single-storey extension up to the boundary, but also a first-floor extension up to the boundary. So development of this is what being sought within this application is prevalent within the immediate street scene. Regarding the application, officers are recommending for approval. We believe that there's no harmful impact on the character and appearance of the area. There's no harmful impact on the amenity and living conditions of neighbouring properties, and there are no highway safety concerns. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Tom. So speakers, so Patricia, you're first. If you want to come to that table in the middle there, speaker, and there's a sort of microphone there, and you press the right-hand button, and it should light up. And then you've got 3 minutes to speak when you're ready, and we'll listen. Thanks.
The chair of the planning committee, my name is Patricia Shalak. My husband and I are the owners of property of 19 Rose Street.
Sorry to interrupt, Patricia. Just speak up a bit, or put the thing a bit closer to you so we can all hear properly. I couldn't really quite hear you then. That's great. Thank you.
Okay. Hello? Okay. Thank you for allowing us to speak in regard to our application. We would like to speak in support. We agree with Senior Planning Officer Tom Chenery's report. We would like to complement it with our view and explain our reasoning as well. We broke it into 4 sections. First, purpose of application. The current arrangement and size of the buildings, although might have been appropriate at the time of creation, now are not serving the purpose. For example, the garage is too small to fit our car in, so is the driveway. This creates redundancy and asks to be repurposed. We are one of the few houses on our street with this original arrangement still in place. 2, living improvements. The new building would form an isolation of our east wall, which would significantly improve the energy rating. This area is enormous heat escape at the moment. We are investing in being eco-friendly. A new roof area would allow us to extend our solar panel installation to provide enough energy for our needs. We will create extra living space. With our growing family, it is crucial for us to gain more space to fit extra baby equipment and accommodate new family members. With the current arrangement, it would be difficult to meet challenging conditions. 3, house improvements. We are removing the side window, which is now prohibited from being installed in the non-obfuscated form, as our neighbor at 92 Roseford Road has in place now, overlooking our kitchen and garden space. Having no side window would allow our neighbors to gain more privacy. The planned extension forms an integral look with our neighbors at 88 Roseford Road. The roofline and style match. The modern design rejuvenates our street view, expanding on existing look and spirit. 4, respecting the neighbors. We amended the initial proposals to what we think meets both sides' needs. We stepped off the boundary line to allow future amenities on their site without creating a terracing effect in the future. There are other examples on our street similar to our proposals, as Tom said. We find that this gap is sufficient and fair with respect to their own extension built exactly on the boundary line, with the roof trespassing our land. We are compensating for their mistake in giving up our land space. This extension does not overshadow our neighbor's property, as it extends horizontally without going over the front or back wall ridge line, and it is within acceptable limits. Due to the nature of buildings' positions, 92 Roseford Road is always going to have less light. We understand it was already compensated for by introducing side light to brighten the area to the existing arrangement. Thank you.
so much, Patricia. Thank you. So I've made a mistake. So we should have had Paul first, the objector. He wasn't online, but apparently it's a statement. So we'll just carry on from there, I think. Is that okay, officers? Yep, thank you. Okay, so statement to be read out on behalf of Paul Curry, an objector. So if you, someone, are you okay to do that? Claire will do that. Thank you very much.
Design and outlay are intrusive and totally unsympathetic to existing properties along Roseford Road. Design, layout, mass, scale, size and position would cause an undue loss of amenity value, space and boundary to 92 Roseford Road. The existing driveway space to our boundary wall is approximately 10 foot and is typical of design and layout of the period when these houses were built. The planning application eliminates separation and the private amenity space significantly between the two properties. The proposed extension is not in keeping with the property or surrounding area. Number 90 is a semi-detached property with number 88, and adjacent to number 90 is number 92, a semi-detached property with number 94. This would result in an unacceptable overlook, severe overshadow by extending so far out from the side, and will visually dominate the neighbouring property. The creation of overbearing, obstruction, over-dominant and oppression structure is up to our boundary and will be detrimental for the occupiers of number 92, in that it would lead to the terracing effect of a desirable semi-detached property along a road which is characterised by adequately, legally and regularly distance-spaced houses. Each property along the road is unique. These proposed extensions would have an adverse impact on the setting and severely disrupt the rhythm of the road and therefore seriously harm the visual character of the property and the area. It is unattractive and wholly inappropriate in comparison to existing properties. It is not in keeping with the street scene and makes no attempt to complement or enhance the environment. It fails to maintain the prevailing character of existing high-quality semi-detached properties within the surrounding area. This proposed plan will significantly cut out enhanced natural light leading to and from the rear side entrance to our boundary wall, which is used on a regular basis. My disabled aunt is 83 years of age and she needs to live more safely. The proposed extension will result in a severe loss of natural lighting that will have a negative impact. No attempt has been made to set it back at a legal and reasonable distance or maintain or respect our privacy, which would no longer be protected and will certainly undermine our quality of life. It has taken 6 to 8 months unjustifiable extension request of the statutory timeframe, each varying in length to allow the applicant to make adequate alterations. However, the last amended application plan's elevation set back the upper storey of the proposed side extension by an inadequate 300 mils, 30 centimetres. We strongly oppose this as insulting and unreasonable. It remains unacceptable and is wholly insufficient to remove the terracing effect. It also remains unacceptable in relation to the character and appearance of the area and neighbouring amenity. Upon investigation and close scrutiny, one can easily summarise the previous and similar extensions were approved simply because no objections were raised or minimal and basic conditions were attached. Nevertheless, just because these were approved, these have no direct correlation or relevance to the case in question. Each case is unique and not every property along Roseford Road is different and unique. Each case is individual. One size does not fit all. Proposed development that have been refused in the past, factors include height, bulk and its position abutting the boundary with the unattached neighbouring dwellings that unreasonably dominates and enclose the property. It would, as a consequence, give rise to the potential for the creation of terracing effects and erode the gap between the houses that is part of the overall character. Failure in responding to its context or relate to satisfactory to its surroundings. This is the case here. Finally, the proposal is clearly contrary to Policy 55, responding to the context of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018, and has not used appropriate local characteristics to inform the use, sitting, massing, scale and form of design. The proposal is also contrary to Policy 58, altering and extending existing buildings,
as it does not respect the space between the buildings, and is therefore contrary to policy 58, altering and extending existing buildings, B and E, as it is not sympathetic to the existing buildings and surrounding area, and is unacceptably overlooks, overshadows and visually dominates the neighbouring property.
Just realised we went slightly over time there, didn't we? Never mind. Anyway, too late now. So there's also a statement from the local ward councillor, Councillor Todd Jones. Have you got that, Clara?
I don't have that, Chair.
Ah.
It's not been sent to us.
I wasn't quite sure if there was a statement or not. I know Councillor Todd Jones couldn't attend, unfortunately. Does any officers know anything about that? Because it's not there, we can't do anything. Okay. Do we know if he was in support or against it? No? Okay, well, we disregard that then. We'll just go with what we've got. In that case, it's over to councillors for debate. And, do you want to say something?
Chair, I was just asking the case officer whether he could check the details of the call-in that Councillor Todd Jones may have made. Sometimes that gives an indication of the narrowly its concern where there's a call-in, but we shouldn't assume that. So if you could double check on the system, that would be useful.
So as I mentioned within my presentation, Councillor Todd Jones did object on the grounds of terracing effect being overbearing and visually dominant and overshadowing. That was the reason why he requested the call-in. That was contained within an email to myself, which has been uploaded to the public access system. But that is a brief overview. Obviously, I can't go into more detail than that.
That's fine, thanks, Tom. That's what I thought, but I thought I'd just check. All right, thank you. But no statement. Okay, so we've got what we've got, and I'll start off with a couple of questions, points. So, I just confirm, well, we'll have a few questions, Tom, and you can sort of answer them all at the end, okay? So, you gave a few examples of houses that have been extended. One was number 70, which is obviously on the same side as the applicant site, and it's even numbers. The other three were on the opposite side. I understand the opposite side are built differently. There's different amounts of space around them. If I'm right in saying that, perhaps you could confirm that, like there's more space basically to extend. The terracing effect that's been referred to a few times, including by the councillor that isn't here. Am I right in thinking that the neighbouring house that's the one that's the objective has already been extended? So we're talking about a terracing effect that's sort of already in place from the objector side of things, really. I'm writing now. I have to come back when I can read it. So any more points from anyone? I have to say that I just can't see too much of a problem with this application, but we'll have a debate. So Councillor Thornborough, please.
This seems to be, the design seems to be in keeping with the existing building. But this isn't a conservation area where they may have highlighted the special aspect of the individual buildings in the space between. We haven't got that, and the case officer has shown that there is quite a lot of extension to the boundary. My only worry is really that if this is built to 300 mil off the boundary, if the adjacent property then wants to build to the boundary, you get a gap which is pretty much impossible to fill, and then might cause problems with water and leaves collecting in that space, and you can't keep it clear. So in a way, it would have almost been better had to have been built up to the boundary, and then but that's my only comment. But otherwise, I don't think it's the best design, but it's not it's sort of not here or there really. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. I guess that's a civil matter. So I've got my other point now. I can read my own writing. And so I was thinking as the applicant was speaking about how their plans for using their house and maybe extending, needing more rooms, more space, bigger family, that kind of thing. how that's not particularly a planning matter because that's to do with their own personal circumstances. We consider the house as a thing that anyone can use, so future people in the house, that sort of thing. But then I was also, and I know that's a planning thing, that's a real thing, but then I was listening to what the statement read out on behalf of the objector was saying about disability and their personal circumstances. And I'm wondering, officers, how much should we bear that in mind or not? I'm not quite sure how significant that is in terms of planning weight. So, because I'm aware of the first thing I said, but not so much about the second thing. I'm not so sure about that. So perhaps you could make that clear. So, Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood, you're next.
Well, I was going to raise the matter of when you've got an extension at the neighbouring house, and with this extension, it's the same point really that Councillor Thornborough has raised about maintenance when you've got two buildings so close. The other thing I wanted to know was about the light and whether there really was a material safety matter for the neighbours to use the path to their rear access or side access, it seems, because obviously it's not going to make any difference, I would have thought, as these houses are north facing, to when you're approaching the front door. And certainly this end of Roseford Road, there has been a lot of, if I call it infill extensions. Some have very narrow spaces between, some are built up and join on to each other. The other end of the road, which is more 1930s, 1928 style dwellings, there is more space between them. But even, halfway along the road, you've seen extensions very similar to the one being proposed. My real worry is maintenance, and that consideration of that Councillor Smart has raised really in the safety and access to their own house by the extension next door. And I'm not sure, is that a material consideration?
Councillor Pora?
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Thornborough. I mean, it's not necessarily to my taste. I would have preferred it to be sloping, but in terms of material planning grounds, I'm not sure if there's anything to object to per se. And as I say, it's a neighbouring dwelling that's already extended out to their boundary, and actually that's over 1 storey high if you look, because the roof doesn't come in a bit higher. I just wanted to check the size of the bedrooms. Are they, I mean, this is an extension, so I'm not sure we have any control, but I can see there's sort of 5 bedrooms and 2 of them do look quite tight. And in the spirit of Councillor Baigent, who's not here today, can I just check cycle parking and bins? Because I think this will mean there's no rear access, is there, through the outside to the back of this house? So I think I would like to add a cycle parking condition and a bin storage. I can see the bins in the photo, but I think I would ask officers if they consider that, because I think if we are cutting off access to the rear of the site, where perhaps bins and cycles might have been, it would be appropriate to consider. I think the officer mentions that cycle parking can be covered under Part L, but we don't have a condition. And equally the green roof condition that normally goes with that. Thank you.
Councillor Dryden?
Chair, and more of a comment again. I think it can be very confusing, I think, with the right to light. Sometimes it's a planning matter and sometimes it's a civil matter. I never heard anyone getting anywhere with a civil matter with it, but I do know of instances actually where this has happened, and people had this happen to them where the hallway or the landing was light to the stairs, and now they have to have their light on in the daytime now to use they used to have light on the stairwells or the stairways up. So I can understand it's not very nice for the people who haven't experienced this, haven't had their lights on the daytime. But if that's the planning law, that's the planning law.
Thanks, Councillor. So perhaps if you could just confirm where 92 is built up against. I don't think it's quite built up quite to the boundary, Tom. So if you could answer those questions then, please.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few points there, so I'll try and touch on as much as I can. If I do miss anything, please let me know. Regarding the right to light / loss of light, obviously right to light is a civil matter, loss of light, as you correctly mentioned, is a planning matter. Loss of light to the stairwell's not a habitable room, so we can't consider that as, if there were to be loss of light to that, we can't consider that as a consideration. so which is probably why stairwells tend to get covered up. So that's one of the reasons why this is acceptable in regards to neighbouring amenity to that window, because it does access a stairwell. Regarding bin storage and cycling, there is an access still through to the rear that I've noted and sort of highlighted with the marker. So although if members wish to do so, to have cycle storage and bin storage conditions so that was at the front, that would be a possibility, but I'd just also like to point out that there would still be access to the rear through this single-storey access point here. So that doesn't go through to the house. That is essentially an undercroft which would go straight through to the back garden. So I'd just like to point that out. So although if members would like to do that, then obviously they can, but there is still access to the rear garden. Regarding space standards, because it is an extension to an existing building, there is within policy 50 regarding space standards, there is a bit of leeway regarding requiring them to meet space standards. So there isn't necessarily the need to meet those standards regarding that, given that it's an extension to an existing property. I think there was a comment regarding the space between buildings and that the dwellings on the other side are different. Although the dwellings on the other side are different and there are some space between buildings, the majority of these have been filled in. I mean, even the next door neighbour, number 88, has had a single-storey extension to the side, and so is the property adjacent to that. So although they may not be at first floor level, the majority of properties down that road have had some form of development between the gaps. Nonetheless, if I just go back to the other properties, although these are two-storey detached dwellings, they are of a similar gap between properties. So there would have been a significantly larger gap between the two properties that are on the slide now. But obviously that has been substantially reduced by the development of two-storey side extensions. And then the properties which are simply a few doors down from that image that I just showed. So I believe these are the higher 90s of Roseford Road, 92 and 93 and 95. They are semi-detached properties, both of which have had two-storey side extensions. So although the design of dwellings does vary down Roseford Road, within the immediate street scene to where this application site is located, a lot of development has already happened in a similar vein to this application. Regarding the terracing effect, so by virtue of officers requesting that it be set off the boundary by 300 millimetres, this would prevent any terracing effect in the future, given that if there were to be development all the way up to the boundary for the adjacent property, then there would still be a gap and technically the development would not be terraced. However, it is likely that should an application come forward, then officers would likely request that a similar gap would be retained on the adjacent property. However, this is completely hypothetical and it's not a planning consideration, given that it is development that is happening in the future, which may or may not ever come forward. Regarding the disability and how much weight that is given, so once again, it's personal circumstances. It's not necessarily a material consideration unless it were to cause significant harm to them in the form of their disability. In this instance, they still have a front access and a side access at single-storey level. It would not impinge on any of those accesses. So, I mean, I'm not aware of which door gets used the most, why there's an additional side door, so I can't comment further on how that would impact on the neighbouring property, but they still do have a secondary means of access irrespective. And when it comes to maintenance, that is a civil matter. That's not something that we can consider as a planning application. If someone builds up to the boundary and they're not able to clean the guttering or service the house, that is unfortunately the applicant's choice, essentially. Any more things that I've missed, but if there is, Chair, please let me know.
Yeah, I've heard enough. Any more for any more? Yes, Councillor Pora.
At least the cycling conditions, because normally we do always say that cycling should be at least level with car parking, and that would ensure it stayed at the front. Bins, I don't know, just, I suppose it's really how wide the passage through is. I will be guided by the officer as to whether a bin one is appropriate, but it would be quite nice to have one with a sedum roof as usual. But I certainly would if others would support it, like the cycle condition, so that we can make sure it is at the front of the house. So I know actually you can't put it at the front of the house unless we give permission for it, can you? So I think I'm right in saying that. I'm sure Councillor Thorpe will tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that's right, isn't it?
Well, let's get Tom to answer. So can you comment, Tom, a bit more on cycling storage provision and bin storage provision at the front of the house, which is, I think, is what Councillor Pora was talking about there.
If members wanted to do so, they could request that a condition is put on for cycle parking at the front. From my knowledge of the area, there are no other cycle storage areas at the front in any of the properties that I'm aware of. So, but obviously that is entirely, it's a different matter really regarding bin storage. As you can see on the photo in front of us, the bins are located at the front without the extension, but from my understanding, the gap is of 1 metre that goes through to the rear, so that would be big enough to be able to wheel a bin through. The same would be for a cycle. You would be able to fit a cycle through the gap and go to the rear of the property, for which I'd assume they'd be stored in the garage at the rear. But if members were inclined to do so, then they could add a condition if they so wanted to. It's essentially.
I'm not quite clear there. You're saying that there would be space. I mean, there won't be space for there to go down the side if the application site is built out. There won't be any space to go down the side of all that because it's 300.
No, sorry. As sort of stated, there is an entrance from the rear to the front here, as highlighted on the plan. So as you can see on the front elevation, the rear elevation, and the side elevation, there is access maintained from the front of the property to the rear of the property. So there would be space for the applicants to wheel bikes and cycles through that gap without having to go through the property itself.
Apologies, I was looking at the application site on Google Street View, whatever it's called, and not thinking about the actual application, so sorry. So Councillor Pora, where do you want to take this? Do you want to...
I'm torn, because we normally say minimum 120 for a cycle access, don't we? Because we've refused applications previously where the path is only 1 metre. So I suppose my concern is if we don't condition the cycle parking, the applicants can't get a bike through, they're going to have to park them outside the house without any covering. I don't know I mean, equally, I appreciate your point that there aren't other cycle storages out the front, so I don't want to, but I mean, I'm reasonably confident from the outlook of when you had the photo up, one could be put somewhere where it wasn't particularly visually prominent. But I don't know, what do other members think?
Councillor Throckwood.
Can I just check what the width of the passageway is through to the back, and whether you could get a cargo bikes down there easily, which is what most people are doing around there, putting them in the back because actually it's safer than having them at the front. I know this doesn't conform with our policies to have cycle storage at the front, but that's what people do around there. And also I'm wondering I can't remember whether that front garden is grassed. Maybe that's something that the applicants could answer if they're still here. Sorry, Tom, you should answer that, not them.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I can't comment on the width and whether a cargo bike would fit through, as I'm not aware of the different sizes of cargo bike. If 1.2 is what is requested, then I can't comment on whether a cargo bike would fit through. Obviously there is a gap to the rear still, so that would be retained. From when I conducted a site visit, the entirety of the front is paved with block paving. So there is space for vehicles and cycle parking if that is there, but it is essentially up to members whether they believe it is necessary to add that on there. That is not for me to tell them what to do, essentially.
You go first, then Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
I just wanted to check the width. Sorry, I'm being thick here, or my memory's going. But the width of that passageway through to the back is what?
I would have to measure that because I'm not sure on its
okay.
exact width at this moment in time, exactly to a number.
Right.
The applicants might be able to provide that, given that they're putting that through, but I don't know the exact width without measuring it.
Okay.
Toby wants to say something now.
Thanks. I think, members, we've been here before with residential extensions, and what I'm going to advise is the same as what I've advised before, that for residential extensions, I think it is for the owners or occupiers to determine how they want to lay out their own properties to provide for car and cycle parking. I'm just looking at our policy 82 with regard to parking management, and that clearly references kind of new residential and non-residential development. So I don't think we've got policies necessarily that would allow us to kind of seek the things that we're doing. The other thing that I'm slightly cautious about is that the application is only for a 2-storey side extension. So that's what is being sought for permission. And Councillor Poor is right, anything that's kind of built outside the front of a property would need planning permission of its own right if it were a permanent cycle storage shelter. So I'm slightly concerned that members are A, departing from policy, and B, trying to introduce something that is not formally part of a planning proposal. So I think I would suggest that we leave this matter alone, leave it for the applicants to determine, and proceed to the recommendation.
So what I was going to say, Councillor Poor, was slightly different to what Toby's just said there. I know you want to speak, Councillor Thornborough, but because we've had this discussion before, and I slightly disagree with you, Councillor Poor, in that I think it's up to people themselves, obviously with regard to policy, but what they do on their own land. But that suggests that we would prefer for applicants to provide storage for bicycles at the front of the house. But so that would be my suggestion. Councillor Thornborough.
Oh, I agree with Toby Williams. I think I don't think we can, definitely we can't put in a condition about this. The applicants are doing up their house and making it more energy efficient. They're listening to us. I'm hoping that they'll be able to get a bike through those piers and it looks more generous in between. And this is a very small drawing, so they could take up what we're suggesting, and they may be keen to support sustainable and active travel.
Thank you, Councillor. Might be a bit confusing for the applicants sitting in the corner over there, but what this whole conversation is about providing cycle storage for future inhabitants of your house that you now live in. So not you necessarily, but you might not have any bikes at all, but who knows. But that's not the point, but it's just about having accommodation for bicycles, as well as there's always something for a car sometimes if there's a drive, but not for bikes. We want to encourage people in the city to have places to put their bikes safely and securely and comfortably, so they're out of the rain, that sort of thing. So I think we've come to a conclusion on that. Did we want to do an informative or not? An informative is where it's not, there's conditions which say you have to do something. An informative is where we say we suggest you might like to consider doing something, but it's not, you don't have to do it. So that's we're trying to sort of nurture people to do the right thing. That's Councillor Poor.
My only concern with an informative is, as Toby said, they need planning permission to put it outside the front. So presumably that's a bit of a contradiction. Either we should do it now or not. I'm happy to leave it, because that was my concern. I wasn't sure whether, because it wasn't an entirely new build, we could do that. But I think Toby's right. But I think the applicants have hopefully heard what we're saying, and they can put a non-covered thing out the front, can't they?
I'm sure Toby is right, he usually is, but it wouldn't just be a section 73, we just sort of add on a slight amendment to the thing, be separate.
I think we'd ask for a separate application if someone wanted to do it.
Okay, so we're saying we're going to leave that then. Okay, right, thanks for that, good debate. So let's have the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 118 of the officer report. That is to approve the application subject to the conditions as set out below, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers.
Right, the officer recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation? That's unanimous, so thank you very much. So that item is approved. We've got the last item of the day, which is the enforcement, isn't it, I think? So thanks, speakers, for coming in to speak to us, by the way. Nice to have people here to talk to. And Brunswick Walk, number 9. So I think that's Joanna again. So, Joanna, when you're ready, I think, really. There's no... what's going on there now?
Thank you, Chair. Can you just confirm that you can see that photograph?
Yes, can see it, thanks, and can hear you fine.
Thank you. Following the receipt of a Section 211 notice, which is a notification of intention to carry out works to trees in a conservation area, a tree preservation order was served to protect trees on the boundary of 1 Brunswick Walk, the rear boundary of 1 Brunswick Walk. The decision whether or not to confirm the tree preservation order is brought before committee because an objection to the TPO was received. 1 Brunswick Walk is located in the historic core conservation area. The rear garden of the house backs onto Brunswick Gardens, and vegetation within the garden of Brunswick Walk contributes significantly to the verdant character of Brunswick Gardens. The conservation area appraisal recognises the importance of trees visually and for wildlife, and that they act as foils for buildings, softening their impact. The Section 211 notice was submitted following a tree team objection to planning applications submitted in 2021. The objection was made on the grounds that the proposal required the removal of trees that made a significant contribution to the amenity and the character of the conservation area. The reason given for the removal of 9 shrubs, was that the number of trees within the limited garden of the property are becoming overbearing, and if not managed or removed, will in the near future damage the boundary wall. As the council cannot refuse or approve works to trees detailed in a conservation area notification, a tree preservation order was served to protect 2 of the 9 trees, the removal of which the tree team had a formal objection to, as mentioned before, because of the impact on the conservation area. The original tree preservation order that was served was not confirmed before the deadline, which meant that if the protection for the trees was to continue, a new tree preservation order needed to be served. The request was made on the 15th of February and the TPO was served late morning on the 16th of February 2023. The replacement TPO was not served in time to continue the protection for T2, which was felled in the morning of the 16th of February. The removal of the tree is not considered to constitute an offence because it was felled immediately after the original TPO lapsed, but immediately before we were able to serve the new TPO. The TPO can be confirmed with an amendment to reflect the loss of T2, the loss of which increases the importance of T1. The recommendation is to approve the confirmation of TPO 13/2023, subject to the removal of T2 from the schedule and the TPO plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. So there is a speaker, isn't there? Stephen Hayden, Objector. So, Stephen, I can see you online, see your initials. So if you want to perhaps take that picture off, Joanna, so we can see Stephen on the screen, probably better us, but there we are. Hello, Stephen, good afternoon. So 3 minutes to speak, is that correct for the enforcement items, the same? Yeah. So you have 3 minutes to speak, Stephen, when you're ready. Stephen. It might be our end, Stephen, I'm not sure, but you're on mute still.
Sorry. Right, thank you for letting me speak this afternoon. My name's Stephen Hayden. I'm the principal of Hayden's Arboricultural Consultants Limited. I also act as the trees officer for the Broads Authority and have done so since 2007. And as a company, we act for numerous local planning authorities throughout East Anglia and the South West, assisting with the management of planning applications, tree works and high hedge applications, tree preservation order reviews, and the preparation and administration of tree preservation orders. Firstly, with regards to tree preservation orders in general, irrespective of all the good that can and does come from serving tree preservation orders, one cannot get over the fact that the rather draconian nature of the legislation removes the right of individuals to manage their own trees and property without consent of the local planning authority. Given this, it's incumbent on authorities that such orders be administered with great care, responsibility and detail. I consider the Preservation Order 13/2023 inappropriate for the following reasons. Firstly, the order is factually incorrect as T2 has been removed. Secondly, the tree preservation order is incorrectly dated. It was not served on the 15th and is therefore invalid. The TPO was not signed at the time of serving and therefore is not a valid legal document. And contrary to the guidance given in throughout, at no point in the process were the trees inspected by the case officer, and therefore no detailed and valid assessment of the trees and the associated expediency of the order have been undertaken. There is no record or detail provided of the case officer's assessment of the visual amenity in line with policy P2 of the Cambridge Tree Strategy to provide justification for serving of the order. I have undertaken myself a tempo assessment, which assesses the relevance and suitability of trees for tree preservation orders, and it gave a score of 8. The guidance states that trees with a score between 7 and 10 do not merit a tree preservation order. The threat to the wall from these young semi-mature trees has been ignored, irrespective of the information and photographs submitted as part of the initial notification. To expect an owner to wait for the inevitable damage to actually occur and then foot all the associated costs is both unfair and irresponsible. Finally, the TPO is an inappropriate overreaction to a proposed removal of a number of relatively small ornamental trees in a limited visual amenity, but some visual amenity, behind a tall boundary wall in a small rear garden. The TPO was clearly served in response to a planning application which had been withdrawn, but is still being processed by the local authority, rather than protect valuable trees of high visual amenity as suggested. Given all of the above, together with the mismanagement of the process of both this and the previous order, I would hope that members can agree that the process leading to the present order has clearly not been administered with sufficient detail, care or responsibility.
That's your 3 minutes, Sarah.
Can I just finish? I've got one sentence.
Yeah, okay.
Consequently, I would consider that the proposed confirmation of the order is misguided, unwise and inappropriate, and potentially legally invalid, as the TPO is invalid. And I therefore request that members do not confirm the order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Thanks for that. You're welcome to hear the item debated.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
I've just made some notes of what you said there, Stephen, so I'll sort of start off, I think. I'm sure you have as well, Joanna, So the things particularly that I noted were that T2 has already been removed. The thing wasn't served on the 15th, not a valid legal document, not inspected, question mark. Assessment, the thing about being between 7 and 10 and it was an 8, so not a TPO. And the wall, about the trees, you know, the trees sort of causing the wall to fall down, and was that reasonable, that sort of thing. So are you able to respond to those first, Joanna, before I go to members? Not signed
Yes.
as well, not signed. Can you respond to that? Because that'll be useful before we get going in debate proper, I think. By the way, Stephen, you can't engage in the debate now that we have with members, just to let you know. Thanks.
Yeah,
Okay,
I know.
Joanna.
If he has any questions, I'm going to remain here. So
Thank you, thank you. Joanna.
Thank you. Yes. So the incorrect date, the legislation states that as soon as is practical after making an order, it should be served. The order was made, requested on the 15th, and it was served on the 16th. So that is in I do consider it to be a legal document. The trees were inspected as part of the planning application, which was before the Section 211 notice. The applicant provided a lot of detail with their application, which confirmed details of the site visit that was made as part of the planning application. Therefore, a separate site visit was not considered to be necessary in such a short time afterwards. We do have a record. It's a very limited record. If it is expedient in the interests of amenity to do so, the local authority may serve a tree preservation order. We have the expedience is simply that we had Section 211 notice saying that the trees were proposed to be removed. The amenity value, I think, is very clear from the photograph that was on screen before. And we have a record, it's a very simple record that says what the amenity contribution is, and we have a very simple record that highlights suitability to site, and the amenity contribution and suitability to site were considered to be sufficient to serve a tree preservation order. We don't carry out tempo assessments for consideration of tree preservation orders. It's too timely, it's unnecessary, and we do not have the resources. Obviously, if people object to tree preservation orders, then they can provide that information. The tempo report hasn't been provided to us, so I can't comment on it. The threat to the wall was not considered. The threat to the wall was considered. Any objection is always considered. The fact that the threat to the wall was not considered to be a reason not to serve a tree preservation order doesn't mean that it wasn't considered. The damage to a wall or any other structure is not necessarily a reason to allow a tree's removal. These trees are not causing damage to the wall. We're talking about a future risk of damage. We do have situations where trees that are TPO'd are causing damage to walls, and we don't allow the trees to be removed without sufficient information to support that the removal of the wall is necessary. We would take any proposal to remove a wall, to remove a tree because it is causing damage on the merits of that one application. But in this instance, we're not talking about a tree that is causing damage or trees that are causing damage to a wall. We're looking at a future risk. The other thing to consider in that respect is that a tree preservation order doesn't only protect a tree, it protects the land on which the tree stands. And the reason for that is because that is the means of allowing a tree to be replaced. So if it becomes necessary to remove a tree, we can consider replacement planting if the tree is TPO'd. We cannot consider replacement planting if the tree isn't TPO'd. The other, we've got, it's a small ornamental tree with limited amenity value. I don't agree. We don't always only TPO big trees. A lot of the sort of inner city conservation areas are based on development that is sort of turn of the century, early 19th century. They do tend to have quite small gardens. If you consider Panton Street, St Eligius Street, there are a number of properties and streets within Cambridge that are important from a verdant amenity perspective because of garden shrubs, because of Cotoneaster, because of all sorts of other trees. And I would consider these trees, especially the remaining T1, the cherry, to be suited to this location, and therefore it is worthy of a TPO. It doesn't need to be a big London plane or an oak to be worthy of a TPO. I think that's it. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, we talked about one of those points earlier, didn't we, on the previous item about the replacement of trees in the next this next planting period for a tree that's been TPO'd but removed. So that's interesting to note. Any more questions, councillors? Councillor Pagecroft.
Can I ask, how old and how big would that walnut tree have had to get before it was a nuisance? Because my neighbour planted a walnut tree in her garden 10 foot away from my house. I get no light in my house at all. So I wish that tree had been took down years ago, and we've tried to get it took down by the council and they won't. But I'd just like to know, for that gentleman's sake, how long would they have allowed that tree to stand in that position near that wall before it would have been viable to take it down?
Okay, thanks, councillor. Just to be clear, I don't think it was a walnut tree. That was the previous item. It wasn't a walnut tree in this particular case. It's a... Okay, well, we'll leave it up to Joanna. Councillor Thornborough.
I find it difficult to think about this because I would really like, I should have gone and walked around the back and had a look at this, because it is a conservation area. They're old buildings, there may be old garden walls, and I need to understand that the scale of these trees in the setting to understand the significance. So I can't make a judgment today.
Thank you, councillor. Any more? Councillor Poorer.
So this is in my ward, although I haven't been involved in this at all. You know, in my view, it does contribute significantly. In fact, they both contributed significantly. And it's interesting that that other one came down so quickly. It's a shame, but obviously it's legal because it was between two TPOs, which is really unfortunate. But certainly this is a kind of a road which doesn't have a huge amount of large trees. In fact, the whole of this area of Market Wood doesn't have, you know, it's not verdant in the same way that we've been looking at some of the applications earlier today. So for me, I think the TPO doesn't mean it can't ever be removed. It just means there's an additional layer of protection, and I understand why the officer has done that. Because, and also for the replacement planting, you know, I know from lots of work in my ward, conservation area, tree comes down, but you don't need to replace it. I think TPO, you do need to have some replacement planting. It just puts an additional layer of protection onto this tree, which is we need to be mindful of, for example, when the planning permission comes forward. So, you know, I think from the photos, you can see, you know, this isn't a small tree, it's quite a substantial specimen. And both of them were substantial. So I have to say I understand the tree officer's desire to protect this. And as I say, that doesn't preclude the applicant from coming forward with other proposals in the future. It just puts an extra layer of protection in and guarantees a replacement level of similar biodiversity.
Thank you, councillor. I mean, Councillor Poore is ward councillor, so certainly her evidence might be useful for you, Councillor Thornborough. But I also live in the area, know it quite well, or with Councillor Poore. But if you feel you need more evidence, then you can always propose that we defer the item, but other councillors may feel differently. I must say that one point in terms of this item that I'm concerned about is that the applicant chose to remove the tree during that small period of time between the end of one and the beginning of the next tree preservation order, that doesn't seem like a very business-like way of operating. It seems to me that they're trying to be sneaky and do something behind people's backs. And that might be not be strictly a planning item, but I'm going to say it anyway. I've said it, and I think that if you're going to remove a tree, then you should do it in the right and proper way. Concerned, and I don't think that's happened in this case. It seems, I can see, Stephen, you're shaking your head, but it seems to me that's blatantly what has happened in this case. That and tree preservation orders are there for a reason. So, Joanna, were there any questions for you to answer there? I'm not sure.
Yes, I believe there was one, which is how old would the walnut? It was a walnut. How old would the walnut become? It is a little bit like how long is a piece of string. It really does depend on the health and the vigor of the tree, and it would also we would need to consider management. The walnut is a relatively large tree for the location, and with the TPO for the walnut certainly was partly due to a desire for replacement planting, but management of the tree would certainly extend its suitable life expectancy within the garden. But I'm afraid I can't give a sort of how many years would it be suitable in that location. Apologies.
That's fine, thank you. So, Councillor Pagecroft, was that sufficient? Okay. And Councillor Thornborough, was there anything you can ask the tree officer in terms of more information about the site that you feel you haven't got?
Well, I think some people have been there and understand it. I can't make a decision on the information I've got on the discussion, so I'm going to abstain without being able to go to the site. I could suggest a deferral to go to the site, but if I'm the only one, then it doesn't seem appropriate. Yeah.
Well, you know, you are where you are, so you want to propose that and see if there's a seconder?
Propose that we defer the item so that those who are not aware can go along and have a look.
Is there a seconder? No. Okay, so I think in that case we've had all the questions, so let's go to the recommendation, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 124 of the reports pack. That is to approve the confirmation of TPO 13/2023, subject to the removal of T2 from the schedule and TPO plan.
So all those in favour of that recommendation? Those against? Abstentions? So the item is approved. Thanks very much to the speakers. Thanks, Joanna. Thanks, Stephen. That's the end of planning today.
I mentioned it earlier, it says general enforcement items. Can I ask a question before we finish?
Hang on a minute. Let's just have an adjournment for a couple of minutes before we do that. Yep. So we'll come back in a couple of minutes, all right?